Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Dhim tano tano Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Dhim tano 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 tadhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena Tom tanana dhirena dhirena tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana
I'm here to announce the topic for debate. The topic for debate is India ready for electric vehicles? I repeat the topic for debate, which will be held tomorrow and day after tomorrow. The topic is India ready for electric vehicles? Once again, I repeat, is India ready for electric vehicles? The Hindi version of the same is, क्या भारत इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के लिए तैयार है? I repeat Hindi version of the debate topic, क्या भारत इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के लिए तैयार है? And in the team managers meeting, it was decided that the participants who speak for and against should be in the same language. This is already decided. I hope there will be no more queries. I repeat, the participants debating for and against should be in the same language. This is decided in the team managers meet. As soon as the judges are ready, we will be starting elocution competition. Read ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. Topic ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಡಿಬೇಟ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
guidance for the mobile switch off ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ flight mode and when the contestant is on dais will not anyone to allow in and move out. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. Judges are ready. Before we start, I have some announcements. I'll first read out the rules and regulations of the elocution competition. Each university
Stand ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ.
One request, I suppose we announce all cell phones on.
Yeah, we'll put
Silent.
Yeah. So this is the, actually we have given the lot numbers. The moment they came, they will go to insert in this and as when I say speaking. Yeah, before they start speaking. Okay. So timekeepers will be here. So they are going to give the caution. So the first one is green line. The moment they start. At the fourth minute, they will go and one. And at 6 minutes. The fourth minute actually.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಬೋಗ ಹೇಳ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀನು ಬಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ಮರ್ತಿರೋ ನೀನು ಹೇಳುವಂತ. ಓಕೆ. Good morning once again. I'll read out the rules and regulations of elocution competition. Each university shall be represented by one participant. Medium of expression shall be English only. Each speaker shall be allowed to speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. The topic has already been announced yesterday. Any form of written matter as aid shall not be allowed. Violation shall be liable for disqualification. Judgment will be based on qualities like subject coverage, language, diction, and general impression. The marks will be decided by the juries. Juries will decide the marks allocated for each aspect of the elocution. It's left to the judges. And as soon as the participant is called, they will come with the lot number and they will insert here in the specified place. Once again, my colleague will explain. And then as soon as they start, a green light will be on. Once they complete 4 minutes, yellow light will be on. Once they complete 5 minutes, red light will be on like this. So, and then once a speaker is speaking, no participant should enter or go outside of the hall. It will disturb. And then once the speaker completes his speech, there should be perfect silence in the room so that judges will make a judgment of the participants' performance. Ready? You want to make?
Yeah. Good morning to everyone. I think Dr. Ramesh sir has briefed all the regulations. I think most of the participants already know the general regulations. Yesterday, you all know about, you can say, how you did in the extempo. The same way you're going to conduct this event as well. I think you know this is for maximum 5 minutes and the lights here. So on the start of your, you can say, speech, so green light will be on. At the 4th minute, yellow will be there. And if you cross the moment if 5th minute arrives, so red will be there. So see that, try to finish up within the 5 minutes because maximum time given is 5 minutes. Apart from that, I request everyone, not only participants. Yeah. So not only participant, technicians, or I can say people who are helping, or I can say all faculty here, to switch off either or put your cell phones in the flight mode. So, and there should not be any crosstalks while the speaker is on the dais. So it will go into distract them. And I think I request all of you to cooperate. As I told, the most important thing is if you want to move out, please see that once the speaker comes out of the dais, so you use that time. Will not allow you to move out in between and come into the, I can say, auditorium. This is for, if juries are ready, I think, ma'am, Yeah, so we can start. Sir Ramesh, sir, can we start? So there is a one more thing. So the podium mic is there, and mic is there. Whichever thing you are comfortable, you can use that. Okay, so for the benefit of can say participants, once again I'm telling the written material or any kind of a aid is not allowed. That is subject to disqualification. Okay, so please speak. Okay, ma'am. I'll going to call upon a past participant. Ma'am, there's a lot number actually. Against which you need to score. And one more thing. The ID cards or logos which can reveal the identity of your university or institute should not be brought in. So that are also subject to disqualification. The participants should keep it in mind. Which one?
This.
For the information about jury, so lot number 1 now is on the dais. Yeah.
So this participant I card would do? Or?
That's fine. This is participant ID card issued by us. This is formatted, not your ID card or logos.
Two roads diverged from the yellow wood, but I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all of the difference. A very warm good morning to the galaxy of jury members, respected professors, and all my dear co-contestants. Today I, slot number 1, am standing here to speak on the topic, youngsters should be involved in politics for better India. According to WHO and United Nations, youngsters includes the people who fall under the category of 15 to 24 years of age. And India, being the largest democracy in the world, must include the citizens who are inclusive and participatory. There is no denying the fact that the youngsters should be inculcated with political values from the very beginning of their lives. This is because the youngsters are the building blocks of the nation. Henceforth, if good values are inculcated from the beginning, they will give better leaders for the future India, which our country deserves as well as wants. According to the report from International Journal of Creative Studies, it was found out that only 12% of the people in our country are from the youngster generation who are involved in the Lok Sabha. But to the contrary, 65% of our population is under the age group of 35 years and below. Henceforth, this gap needs to be come together by the youngsters. It can only be done by inculcating political values in them. Lord Krishna said that doing right things is our duty, and the fruit which we get from it is our rights. Henceforth, as a responsible citizen of the country of India, it is our responsibility to do the right steps take for the betterment of our country. Taking examples which are nationwide bringing boom. For example, the Scandinavian countries like Norway, like Finland. The 34-year-old young female Prime Minister of Finland, Ms. Sanna, has changed the country's whole atmosphere. The Finland country has ranked first 5 times a row in the happiness index. The 37-year-old women leader from the New Zealand has also made a remarkable history by being elected after 150 years in the country. If such examples are seen internationally, then why is there a hindrance in our country? According to me, there are certain factors, maybe lack of funds which are required to take part in the elections. Number 2, lack of the muscle power. Or number 3, a political nepotism that is seen in our country. Henceforth, because of all of these reasons, the young youth of our country does not want to participate in politics. Irrespective of the fact that the people know that there are some of the sacrifices to join the Indian army, but still the youth is doing, but they are not doing so for Indian politics. Why so? Now, taking an example of our honorable ex-Prime Minister and most renowned Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, who joined the Bharatiya Jan Sangha at the age of mere 27 years and actively participated in politics. This is the kind of India that we want. Our esteemed jury members might also have had some sort of interest in literary events from their early childhood, and now today they are here judging us. This is the cycle, and this is how it revolves around. Respected member of the house, as we all know that there are these small steps that must be taken. How can I not mention a Gen Z example, Miss Chavi Rajawat, who has changed the nature of the small village Soda in the city of Rajasthan? What has she done? Provided good sanitary conditions to the village, connectivity of roads, drinking water, clean environment, and whatnot. This is what an educated youth who comes into politics brings the change in our country. In the end, I would like to say that even though the total percentage or the total average mean is 29% of the average age is 29%, but still the parliamentary age is 55. This thing needs to be changed, and this can only be changed by active participating and involvement of the youth and bringing awareness from various debate or youth parliamentary programs. I would like to end by saying that it is we who can be the change, the youth, as I dropped on the mic. Thank you. Thanks to all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Once again, I request everyone to switch off your mobiles or keep it in a flight mode. If you want to speak, please, after the participant moves out of the dais, you can go out and speak. Okay. Now I request second participant or next participant. For the information of a jury, so she is representing team number or lot number 2.
No, this one is.
First of all, a very good morning to one and all present here. Everyone, Mahatma Gandhi once said that anyone who says that they are not interested in politics is like a drowning man who says he's not interested in water. And Indian youth must not be that drowning man. So here, today, I, code number 2, I'm here presenting my views on the topic, youngsters should involve in politics for a better India. Friends, plus majority of the Indian population is young as per statistics. They can connect better with the younger leaders. Youngsters can empathize with their generation and they can understand the need of the hour better. The young people's enthusiasm and innovation can be an important driver for change, because combination of innovation, creativity, and energy is the power of youth, and we must take advantage of that. But unfortunately, in our country, there is negative perception of politics. Whenever people think about politics, they think of a game of corruption and unfair means. Sometimes the issue of experience arises. But these things are responsible for youngsters who these things inhibits the youngsters from joining the politics. But none of these challenges are unsurmountable. So the youth must embrace these challenges as opportunities for the development, because power is not good or bad, just like a knife is not. Plato once said that what is honored in a country is cultivated there. So if we cultivate an honest, a sincere political culture in our country, the youth will be automatically encouraged for joining the politics in our country. And the point is simple. If we are allowed to vote for a person at the age of 18, we are eligible for a driving license at the age of 18. Why can't we be interested in the politics of the country? If we are considered mature, wise enough to choose a good political leader for the country, why can't we be interested in what's happening at the political front of our country? If we look back at the history, we will realize that the prominent personalities who brought about a major socio-economical change in the country were the youth of their times. And let me remind you of the, if it wasn't the active participation of the youth like Martin Luther King Jr. and Bhagat Singh, the history of the countries would have been totally different today. And that's what matters today. The youth needs to participate in the Indian politics to make our India reach heights. And while empathizing on the fact that youngsters should participate more and more in politics, I do not believe that the people who are old need to quit the politics. It is simple that instead the old people should act as an advisory heads, and they can contribute to the nation by continuing giving us advices with the help of their experiences, but just being by on the backstage and with the help of indirect politics. So I would like to conclude by saying that the youth needs to understand that they are the future of the country, and they must be aware of the fact, they must be aware about the policies, the issues, the political status of our country. Because by ignoring the politics, by keeping oneself aloof from the reality and just turning a blind eye on the prevailing situations in the country, we would be doing injustice to our own nation. And this can be summed up by the wise words and very famous words of Mahatma Gandhi, that I felt compelled by coming into the politics because I could not even have done social work without touching politics. And how can we not remember Swami Vivekananda while talking about youngsters? So I would like to end my say with the wise words of Swami Vivekananda only: arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Once again, I request Yamnu. So once again, I request if you are, I can say, put on your mobiles and I can say flight mode or switch off mode. Please cooperate with us. I request next participant. The information of a jury, so is representing a team 3 or a lot number 3.
But the mind is without fear and the head is held high. When knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments. Very warm good morning to everyone present here. So today I'm going to start my speech by quoting a line from Where the Mind is Without Fear by Rabindranath Tagore. So today I'm going to say the youth should join politics for better India. Now, who are the youth? The youth are us. So according to the UN, the people who are the age falling between 15 to 24 years of age are considered to be as the youth. Now, since our childhood, all of us are inspired or motivated by our parents to aspire to become engineers, doctors, architects, or any other things. How many of us are? parents aspires or motivates us to become a politician. So there lies a gap between the people who are actually literate and the one who are illiterate. So actually, the politicians, these are mainly done by the people who are illiterates and having power, muscle built, and they are associated with that of the criminal activities. In the in the pre-independence era or the medieval age, the youth was not allowed to have join politics. But after post-independence, now youth are allowed to join politics. According to the constitution, the age for becoming a member of parliament is 25 years, and to become a member of Gram Sarpanch is to 21 years. So if we from us aspire to become a politician since our childhood days, we could eradicate the problem from the very ground level. So there are many, as there are two faces of a coin, so there are also the pros and the cons of becoming a politician from any of us. So now I'm going to talk about what are the advantages or the pros if any of us aspires to become a politician. Now, we the youth, they are very much well connected with the burning issues, that unemployment, due to emerging population. So there are, and due to good educational facilities, we all are having good degrees. But how many of us are getting good job after the completion of our PhDs and after the completion of our thesis? They are also well connected with the burning issues of the LGBT community people who are still confined to the closet. Can you tell me how long will they be still in the closet, and they'll be hiding their emotions, and they will have to be dominated by the people or the aged ministers who are still telling that the same-sex marriage, these are case of seminal issue. So these are all the burning topics. If the youth, they are well connected with the modern problems, if they are included in the policy formulation, they can bring change, they can make India better. So these are the pros and of the youth becoming, if they are included in the policy makers, if they can bring a revolution, they can bring a change. From our West Bengal, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, Khudiram Basu, they all aspired to bring change. They all rebelled against the British colonial, and due to their struggle, today we have achieved freedom. Now, as I already mentioned, there are two sides of a coin. Now I'm going to tell you what are the cons of the youth joining politics. The youth, they are very short-tempered, you can say. They're very aggressive. They're often misunderstood. They're often misled, and they're misunderstanding. And they often they are misguided by the people. They are often dominate the university authority, and they bring back the education and actual education system in India. So there are many Indian youth politics like Chandrababu ji, then Bikram Chadda, who is the most youngly elected MP of from Punjab constituency. So it's according to, if we need a change, we need to inculcate the youth generation in the Indian Parliament. So it's according to it's like totally lies on us what we want. We all want change, but how many of us they dream or aspire to become the change? So I would like to end my speech by saying that we all aspire to become many other things, but why not we should become a politician to make India a better future? Thank you.
Thank you.
is representing team number 4.
Honorable judges, respected teachers, and all my dear friends, a very warm good morning to all. Today, I will be talking about the importance of youth in Indian politics. They should join it. We all know that we are a democratic country with over 1.4 billion population, and out of that, 65% of the population is under 35 years. And uh, among that, only 6% of them are involved in politics. What's the reason? There can be various reasons why youngsters are not interested in politics. There can be nepotism, there can be malpractices, dishonesty. But I think youth should join the politics. According to Swami Vivekanand, he said that act on an educated man, bring them together and organize them. We all know that youth is full of energy, full of unique ideas, full of conscious, curious mind. We know that we can act as a bridge of communication between those who are selected, those who are elected, and the general public. Youth involved in politics can raise the voice of the general public in front of the leaders. They can also act as the leaders. Also, we all are aware of the fact that we youth are facing so many problems. And if youth is involved in politics, then it will be very, very helpful for the other youth to resolve the problems, to resolve their issues as well. It is very important, it is very necessary to involve in politics, because we all are aware that if we have to resolve any issues, we can communicate with those who understands our problems, who understands our needs. According to UNESCO, 91.7% of youth in India who belongs to 15 to 24 years of age is educated. Just imagine, they are talented, they are educated, they are skilled, and involving these youth in politics, governance can help in making better policies, implementing those policies, resolving various issues like housing, employment. Just imagine, it can be very helpful for a better India. We are in the Amrit Kal of our independence. It would be very helpful for us. At last, I would like to say that in order to make a global future, it is very important to involve youth in governance. And it is the biggest asset. The youth is the biggest asset to make a country a developed nation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Who am I? Yes, that's the question. Who am I? Well, I am the tears in your eyes when I come back draped in the tricolor with the bullet in my heart. I am the hope of your heart when I wag a gold for my nation, for my country. Yes, I am the youth of this country. With this, a very exuberant morning to worthy jury of judges, respected teachers, and my dear friends. This is coach number 5, and here I am to articulate my perspective on the title. Youngsters should involve in politics for a better India. India is a country that has been written as a secular state. A nation where more than 65% of population comprises of youth. But when we look at the figures, it is just 6% that count as a young leaders. And when I talk about the status of Lok Sabha, it is just 12% when it comes to the participation of young leaders. This data clearly indicates the acute shortage of courage, valor, energy, and enthusiasm in Indian political system. Moving ahead, talking about the reasons, that what is the reason behind lack of participation of youth in politics? So what I can think of is clearly the biased behavior, utter corruption, and many other malpractices. And when I'm talking about this, how can I not talk about the nepotism that is there, entrenched and deeply rooted into the system? Yes, that's the reason. Moving ahead, talking about the another aspect in that matter again, why do we need young people as the leaders of this country? Because of the progressive mindset and the constructive thinking. We, as a youth of this country, can make the best use of the resources. We can understand the requirements of young generation in the best possible manner. We are the tech-savvy people. And if we get into the system, we would avail that power of having authority to make changes. And if we get into the system, we would have that ability to change what is conventional and is not relevant anymore, such as we can change the education system. We can strengthen it so that we can produce not only literate individuals, but the educated individuals. And these educated individuals would in turn strengthen our nation like nothing else in this world. And when I am saying this, I can quote multiple examples, such as Neeraj Chopra, Avni Chaturvedi, Ritesh Agarwal, who are doing phenomenal in their respective fields, be it entrepreneurship, sports, defense, and whatnot. All of you must have heard about Hima Das, who recently became India's UNICEF ambassador at the age of 18. And you must have heard about D. Gukesh also. He defeated the world champion, Carlson. This is the kind of talent that we have. We are the nation of the inventors. We belong to this land. So we, as the youth of this country, should acknowledge our responsibility towards our nation. We must take that responsibility. We must know our duty. India is a rich country, not just in the terms of resources, but the most precious asset of this country is in the form of you beautiful people. So let's hold our hands together even stronger, and let's do what India was born to do, to build love, to build respect, and to generate peace. At the end, I would like to say that we owe this freedom to the freedom fighters, such as Shahid Bhagat Singh, Rani Lakshmi Bai, and they were the answer to my question, who am I? Because they made supreme sacrifices. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you. Anyone move out of the, I can show all, you can utilize this time. If when participant is on the dais, we will not allow you people to move in and move out. Participants can use a podium mic or you can say hand mic, whichever you feel comfortable.
For the information about jury, she is representing a team number 6. Shall we start, ma'am?
Roosevelt once said, "We cannot always build future for our youth, but we can prepare our youth for the future." A very warm good morning to one and all present here, the respected jury members, my fellow participants, professors, and this wonderful audience. I'm lot number 6 here, going to present my views on the topic, the role of youngsters in Indian politics. Now, youngsters and politics are the two major keys in the development of any country. For any country, its youth, its youngsters are one of its greatest assets. The youth today in India, the youth is extraordinarily performing in the section maybe of defense, sports, athletics, science, art, music, drama, and whatnot. Today, even I'm standing here in this youth festival, this youth meet that shows the contribution of youth in today's development of our country. Many scientific researchers have shown that young children have a very good learning capacity, grasping capacity to learn to new things, to adapt to environments. And this capacity gradually fades as we age. On the other hand, young children lack the decision-making ability that gradually is inculcated as one grows, learns through experiences. Now the youth age group is such a wonderful age group. It is a mixture, it is a combination, a great combination of learning ability, adaptability, acclimatization, and also decision-making ability. The youth can see the situation, can analyze the situation, and also give proper decision for themselves, the society, the people, and also their country. We have many examples of many young leaders who have revolutionized their country on the political front. My fellow participants have given many examples previously, many leaders in many countries who have revolutionized their work. During our freedom struggle also, we have many young people like Bhagat Singh, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, who have given their immense contribution in the freedom struggle. And thus, today we are standing here. It's really saddening for a country, for the largest democracy in the world, where most of the people below the age of 40 are voting for a people, electing where majority of the people are above the age of 60. Now, this statement raises two major questions. The first is our youth not capable enough to lead the country on the political front? Are they not enough not capable of taking proper decision for the country on the political front? Or are we so satisfied with the current political scenario of the country that we think that this doesn't need to be changed? According to the 2022 demographic data of the country, more than 65% population of the country is youth. That is, approximately more than 808 million people are below the age of 35. Still, the contribution of youth in the politics is just 12% or a little more. This gap needs to be bridged for the development of our country, for nation building, for proper improvement of our system, the law, the framework, everything. Now, since its formation, Indian politics has really been a complex ground where people below the age of 50 are considered as juvenile. But it's high time that these things are reframed, where the youth and the experienced older work hand in hand for the betterment of the country. It cannot be denied that our experienced politicians had major role in the country's development, but it's high time that the youth also contributes in it. Thank you for your patience listening.
Thank you. For information about jury, she is representing team number 7. Yeah, your time starts now.
What do you see in this auditorium today? You say students, participants, or volunteers? Well, my dear friends, I say, I see energy, I see power, I see strength, I see the future. You, me. We are the bricks of a building called India. Very good morning, respected jury members. I, contestant number 7, use this platform to speak on a very important topic for Indians to consider: involvement of youth in politics for better India. Politicians are one of the major key role is responsible for development of a nation, and youngsters are the building bricks of a nation. A politician is someone who stands as a representative of people, representatives of those who elected him so that he can form policies for them. Well, in Indian scenario, 65% of those representatives are youth. Well, do you not think so? That same percentage needs to be our representatives, needs to be our parliamentarians? Well, sadly, the actual ground number is nowhere near. Just 13% of our parliamentarians are below the age of 40, and majority nearing 55. Need I remind this house the traits of youth? It is the youth which can turn the rocks upside down. It is the youth which has the power to question what is happening. It is the youth which can travel the unexplored path. It is the youth which can invent, which can discover. It is us, yes. It is us who brought in the concept of modernization. It is us who understand modern ideology better than anyone else. So it is us who understand the problems that students are facing, us in universities are facing. It is youth who can understand the concepts like startups, the concepts like entrepreneurship development. So why is it, if we are the future, then why should we not be the policy makers for that future? If we are the leaders for tomorrow, then why not should we make the policies for tomorrow? My dear friends, it is high time that we stop blaming that there is poor education system, or there's poor medical facilities, or there's unemployment. Well, these are the problems of youth. Nobody else better than youth can understand these problems. So it is the youth which can counter these problems. Just the youth. Youth can better understand these problems. A very beautiful example is of youth politics in universities. Students elect their representatives, and it is those representatives who look into, maybe we'll call them small issues, maybe mess bills or rising prices of food in the mess, increasing fees or hostel issues or anything related to that. But this sets an example that youth has in itself the leadership qualities, the quality of administration. So why can't we run the nation if we can sort over university levels? It is high time that our elderly need to understand that they need to pass on the chain to their youngsters for the betterment of a nation. I like to quote an example of Chandragupta Maurya, who, under the guidance of Chanakya, dethroned Dhananand. Chanakya himself did not take the throne. He trained Chandragupta Maurya to take the throne because he knew he has the strength to dethrone Dhananand for the betterment of that kingdom itself. This proves that our elderly people are the guiding light, because youth are very sensitive, like clay. They can be molded into anything. They can mold it into violence. Maybe they get into malpractices that are happening in the politics, which we all are aware of. I need not mention. They may get into violences. We get cases that one university political group clashes with the other. This is where the elderly needs to set in their experiences, show them the right path. It is the experience of elderly and the power, knowledge, inquisitiveness of youngster that, when come together, will build a nation. That will lead India to the path of Vishwaguru. That is when we'll become the golden sparrow once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you. Request the next participant to come on dais. For the information about jury, she's representing a teammate, or I can say lot 8. Your time starts now.
It's great to be with all the lovely minds, minds with ideas, minds with energy, and minds with a great deal to change the nation around them. A very good morning to respected dignitaries and my fellow participants. Being a youth, I feel so privileged to speak on the topic. Youngsters should involve in politics for better India. Youth is the backbone of the country. They are the creators of the future, and they are the lambent lambs for the development. And the youth can change the country, and they have the power and the zeal to change the nation around them. So here comes a question: what happens when youth participate in politics? So do we all know that many of our politics are gone by the senior dignitaries or senior politicians? But what happens when an younger citizen comes into politics? So when a younger citizen comes into politics, he's active and his new version and fresh ideas can implement in the Indian politics. As we all know that the technology nowadays is playing major role in our generation. So with technology, we can implement many issues. So now the younger generations are much aware of the usage of technologies. So if they implement these technologies in the policy making of the government or the amendments in the nation, this will promote the culture, and this will also develop the country in all over the globe. So when we look into India, India is a country with all the senior citizen rulings. So it is good for time being. But when we dig deeper and when we go through this aspect, when we look here, what happens? Age doesn't mark seniority, or age doesn't mark the development of the country. If we give this rule to the youth, younger citizens, they can make this in a better version, and they can make the nation in a good way. So as we all know that some of the examples, many of our Indian young guns are being engaged in the youth, engaged in politics, and they're contributing their role for the Indian culture. So as for example, we can talk about Jabna Chauhan from Himachal Pradesh. She's the youngest sarpanch who elected at the age of 22 years, and she has implemented many plans with her fresh and innovative thoughts, which made her to get the title of best sarpanch by our honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. And also we can when we look into the aspect of amendments or the policies or the infrastructure of the country, so when the youth actually participate in these programs, they have the zeal or they have the guts to change the nation in a better way. And also our government is helping, our government is taking innovatives for the youth management, like developing their skills. For example, the NYKs, National Youth Parliament programs. Under these schemes, many youths are getting benefited. They are being engaged in the activities like managing their time and expressing their views in the public, and lack of communication skills. Many of the younger citizens are being stuck in the homes. They are unable to express their thoughts. So the first and foremost thing for the youth to develop among themselves is to speak out on the topic which they are not aware, and they should raise their voice against what happening in the society. So the first and foremost thing is to stand on their words and to raise their voice against the malpractices happening in the society. And finally, I conclude that in a nutshell, if the power is given to the youth, the country can get better, and soon the country will become a developed nation. but still the India is a developing country, and we can wish that our country should become a developed nation. And finally, one small suggestion from my side, and every parliament like Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha and the state assemblies should at least give 20% reservation for the younger citizens to express their views and to make their ideas in the amendments happening. So finally, I conclude that youth are the future of the nation. So if the policy making is done by the youth, the nation will be in a better place. Thank you. Yours sincerely, the youth, not the troublemakers, but the social changes.
Thank you. I request the next participant to come on dais. For the information of a jury, she is representing team number 10. Are you ready? No. Maybe they might have gone somewhere now. That's what I think. You have to score against this number. They will come afterwards, man. That's why that lot number is important. Are you ready, ma'am?
Recently, while traveling in a train, I came across these two elderly people, aged about 60 years, sitting ideally and talking about an ongoing political scenario. And just adjacent to them, I saw this one young man sitting and putting on his earphone just when the conversation began. Curiosity did not let me settle down easily, and I asked this man, "Are you not interested in politics?" Surprised at first, he answered, "Yes, I do have an interest, but my viewpoint is quite different, and my participation in this conversation may seem turbulent or bellicose." A warm morning to all the lovely people present here. My code number is 10, and I'm going to deliver my views on the very topic youngsters should involve in the politics to make India better. Democracy is what we live in, but unfortunately, India being a democratic country, but also the largest democracy in the world, is lagging behind in many of the scenarios, is also lagging behind in socio-economic and political equalities that are dreamt by our predecessor. We rank about 130th in Human Development Index and also 122nd in World Happiness Index. Yes, quite far behind. India's rank in various development indices has barely grown over these years. And in order to improve these, we youth, we youngster needs to come forward and also needs to create the change. We, the young people sitting in this closed space, do you know what we are called? We are called the political kids. We, the one who are facing all the adversities. We, who are voting for the people who are nearly at the age of their retirement to become our leaders. Do we need a wake-up call to tell us that youth are the future? Nelson Mandela rightly quoted, "Youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow." We need a wake-up call to tell us that we are going and taking the place of future? No. We need to come forward and become the change for all the people out there. You and I, we, the young generation, needs it. Not just us. All the elderly people also need this change. Do you know, India is among the youngest countries in the world. As my co-contestant nearly mentioned, that 65% of people are under the age of 35 years. And you know, age of national average age of population in India is 29 years. That gives us edge of demographic dividend over other countries. the youngsters are becoming restless to remove all the disparities in myriads of sectors of the countries, be in health, education, poverty, etc. But the political environment in our country is deteriorating day by day. People are becoming so greedy, and that is one of the reasons why youth is trying to get away from political environment. But we need to expand our thinking. We need leaders like Subhash Chandra Bose, Lokmanya Tilak, Shahid Bhagat Singh, who can inculcate new ideas, senses, and also enthusiasm in us to move forward together. We need to move forward and make the change in this society. With the experience of all the senior politicians, we have creative minds and seen new age thinking who can bring up the change. Lastly, I just want to conclude by saying that in order to change, we need to come up with better solution to this snail-paced development, not only as individual, but also as country as whole. Thank you to all the people present here. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. For the information about jury, she is representing team number 11. Your time starts.
A very phenomenal morning to one and all present here. I want to express my thoughts on youth. Who are we? Youth, youngsters. And talking about youngsters, how should I forget Swami Vivekananda? What an incredible personality. It is said that he has read a whole book within few seconds. That's the best example of handsome is who handsome does. He has done an handsome work. Do we have another examples of youngsters like him? Yes, we do. The sacrifice, contribution, alacrity of eagerness, and many more. Youngsters like you and me of 16, 17, and maximum of 25 years had contributed to the independence. Haven't their mother, father been waiting for them to come alive at home, but they came dead? And talking about today's topic, politics, do you know my vision of politics is? When someone has done something bad to me, what I say someone to immediately is, see, he or she had played politics of me. That is the so-called politics. And why it should not be? We watch murders, commission, and the hot topic of money in television. And you know what the sarcasm is? That the one who is talking in favor suddenly starts to talk in against within few inches of time. That is the politics of India. And do you know why? Here, who are sitting, one wants to become doctor, and we from the agricultural fields want to become agriculturals or researchers and many more. But no one wants to be a politician. And when we were in school, when someone talks about that, I want to become a politician, we call him Uday Bhai. That you want to become Uday Bhai? That is the sarcasm. But you know why? That no one wants to be inside this dirt of politics. We call it dirt. That if we put our feet inside, our full body will be covered with mud. But if we want to clean it, someone has to step in. Then what is the solution? The only solution was before I had nota, but it is useless now. If we want to clean in, someone has to step in this dirt. And we, the youth, are only interested today onwards in relationship kinds, not in leaderships. If we want to clean our society, our nation, and our neighborhood, we have to step in. Suddenly, I remembered the quote from one movie that is Dhruva, maybe you have watched it, and it is said that it depends on you whether you want to clean that stink where you're staying or you have to smell it inside. Lastly, I would like to say that Someone tells you to believe, someone tells about removing poverty, some tells about thoughts of living. And do you believe that it would happen? Thank you so much.
Thank you. You will have a small break. Okay, so after that one.
So this participant is representing from team number 12. Shall we start, sir?
Hello. Hello. If you do not interfere in the politics, politics will interfere in your life, says Vladimir Lenin. A warm good morning to one all, respected dignitaries and my dear audience. India, the youth should take part in the politics for a better India. So let me start by asking a question. How many of the young people sitting here are interested to join the politics? I can't see any hands. The youth are the main sources of the reforms that we have seen in our country. They are the major sources of all kinds of political and other institutions in our country. Now, talking about the current situation in our country, we know that 50% of the population in our country are below the age of 25. And moreover, the average age of an Indian is 29 years, which is 40 in case of Japan, 31 in case of China, and also 45 in case of the United Kingdom. And these numbers makes our country the youngest country in the world. And moreover, India is the largest democratic country in the world. But seeing the numbers of the Lok Sabha, only 13%, that is 71 out of the 545 members of the Lok Sabha represent the youth. The youngest prime minister we ever had was Rajiv Gandhi, and it was in 1986. Since then, we never had a president or a prime minister who is under the age of 50 or 40. So we know that why youth should be indulged in the politics. The first and foremost reason, they are much stronger mentally and physically. We have seen many cases of age-old politicians who, while occupying the position in the office, are taken for the higher treatments to foreign countries, which is a great drawback for our economy and also for the smooth functioning of that office. So youth can definitely represent and also provide problem-making solutions for these problems. Moreover, the young generation of our country can lead our nation, our India, into a Vishwaguru. Recently, India has taken the presidency of the G20. It is generally because seeing the political, not only the political conditions of our country, but also of the demographic rates of our country, where the Indian youth is at the 50% of the population in our country. We have heard about Jacinda Ardern, the youngest female prime minister the world ever had. When she was the prime minister of the New Zealand, her government actions during the COVID pandemic saved the lives of around 80,000 people. And this is the leaders we need also in our country. And moreover, the students rising from the colleges, universities, they always have a great political career, and also they have a great political awareness, which makes them a great personalities that can lead our nation into a better world. So seeing the political conditions in our country now, the youth are not drawn into the politics. The main reason is definitely the nepotism, or sometimes the lack of political background. So the youth should indulge themselves more in the politics. The most important problem faced by our nation, the migration of the youth, the resources into foreign countries, which can also be resolved by giving an adequate representation of the youth into this politics. Moreover, we can see that our parliamentarians, the average age is 54. So there is a great disparity between the proportion of the population of the young people as well as the representation of these young people in the parliament. So this disparity has to be changed. We have heard about Rajesh Wilmore case, a case in which the youth has brought about a great changes through strikes and other things. Heard about Arya Rajendran, a 21-year-old young woman hailing from Thiruvananthapuram, became the youngest mayor in the nation. So I would like to conclude by quoting that only the youth can save the India and world from this decimal gloom. And these words are quoted by the former Prime Minister, the first Prime Minister, Sri Jawaharlal Nehru. Quoting the words of Abdul Kalam, Sri Abdul Kalam, the ignited mind of the youth is the most powerful resource on the earth, above the earth, and under the earth. Give a chance for the youth sitting here and all over the country to ignite. Give a chance for them to show the energy to us. Jai Hind.
start, sir. So she is representing the team 13, 1-3.
Yes, sir. Raja Rashtakritam Ragya Purohitah. It means that when a country does any wrong or goes into a sin, the king is held responsible. Good morning, everyone. The topic for today's allocation is youth should be involved in politics for betterment of India. In the words of Swami Vivekananda, I quote, "My hope for the future lies in the youth of character, intelligent, renouncing of all the services of others and obedient, large to themselves and in the country." And I unquote. India is a democratic country with the largest number of population rate and the youth. Yet, it is the group where there is least represented in politics. This is the class of people where we are mostly powerful, both physically and mentally. We put efforts for the development and betterment of the nation and the economy. It is truly said that the youths or youngsters are the backbone of India. And every country and their future becomes beautiful by the youth itself. For a country like India, a separate one-sided government and another strong opposition must be required so that it helps the government committed to serve in the interest of the society. Mahatma Gandhi said that if you want to see the changes in the society, then you need to make those necessary sacrifices, and then youth should be involved in the politics. For a parliamentary democratic country like India, we are free to choose our representative through the general election of our choice. Therefore, we youth should widen up the scope of thinking beyond communalism and politics. The Constitution provides 25 years as the minimum age for holding different positions in public offices. Although age should not be considered as the basis of criteria for preferences in politics or capabilities. And for policymaking, the ground for deciding a role should be the ability of deciding any of the power. Hence, being youth, I would say that with interval to interval, our nation, all those seniors, should guide us so that we can identify what is wrong and right and take the country in the path of the progress, as to change the current status of the nation is by increasing the active participation and involvement of those youngsters in the politics, because the involvement of the youngsters in the politics is not just a desire, but the need of the hour. There are also various reasons why we need those youngsters in the politics. Firstly, youths are having a constructive vision, and the fact that we already have achieved milestone in various fields, so we are also having the ability to change the politics too. Secondly, the system needs us. Youths can be used as a good catalyst and can ease the communication and will help to bridge the gap between the election and the electors. Also, the youth representation should not be confused with the bearing of the senior leaders in politics. There should just need a balance between the representation and the power sharing among them. With this, I would like to conclude my allocation. Thank you.
So that was team number 13. Next participant. participant is presenting from the team 14. 1-4. Are you compared with that one?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hail the world, make it a better place for you, for me, and for the entire human race. Politics. What is politics? Is it just the behavior of governance of the nation or an area? Who are youth? And what are we currently doing here in the name of politics? The inquisitiveness in me is pulling out a question. Are we better preservers or predictors for a better future of India? Good morning. I would beg your precious time, all years, to my point of view on youth should involve in politics for a better India. Today's generation is more vibrant and vigorous than those prior generations. Young leaders should desperately personify enthusiasm, energy, morality, and diligence. No doubt, over the past 62 years, we have seen progress and development, but the pace would have been different if we had young torch bearers to lead our nation. Moving backward, during the time of independence, Mahatma Gandhiji asked the involvement of young people in freedom movement, and leaders like Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji came to his reckoning. But this is not the case right now. We have only a handful of young politicians, C. Thomas, Sachin Pilot, Varun Gandhi, etc. But a few of these are in this political scenario because of their hierarchy. As per the World Survey value in the politics of India, there has been a rise from 35% in 1990 to around 50% in the 2000, rather people involved in politics. There are mainly two reasons for the deplorable state of Indian politics. One, people are lacking interest in politics. No one knows what is politics and how should they involve in this. They are content with what they are and what the government is doing for them. But they know they have numerous ideologies to awaken our nation. Given them a chance, they are willing to change the entire nation. Secondly, they are given very less opportunities. Here in India, now the monopoly of all generation plays a very important role. And the young people choose politics as their last ray of hope because of uncontrollable corruption, nepotism, casteism, etc. Looking into the survey of the 17th Lok Sabha election, there were only around 64 MPs who were youth, but it only included around the 12% of the total MPs. This is very regretting. And also, in our nation, Indian kids are not given consideration about politics. Their mindset are not broadened. How can we bring them all these? Yes, we should shift from the bureau. There should be a time that we shift a transition to politics, bureaucrats to autocrats. A very good example is that of Arvind Kejriwal, who was into civil services and who finally became the chief minister of New Delhi, bringing a vast changes where education playing a very important role. Youth should come into politics because they know how logical thinking and reasoning can take place. Youth can finally come into politics if we eliminate ageism and over-dependence of old and experienced politicians. They have a wide knowledge, but we are lacking to utilize them. We should utilize their knowledge, their energy, their enthusiasm, their morality, etc., so that they can enact a socio-economic change by bringing in inclusiveness, unprecedentableness, and fresh ideas, numerous ideologies to this table. Are we all ready? Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next participant. The participant representing from the team 15. Shall we start, sir? Madam?
The hands which hold the pen today will steer the future of the world tomorrow. The pedestals of our current leaders are to be occupied by the younger generation in no time. But unfortunately, despite more than 65% of India's demography constituting of people below 35 years of age, the political participation of the youth in this nation is only 6%. This reminds me the words of Don Santo. We need to be a nation that protects and nourishes the youth, because if we eliminate the youth and yet we won't live forever, to whom shall we pass the nation? Good morning, everyone. I am lot number 15, standing for you all to present my views on the topic. The youngsters should be involved in politics for a better India. Being involved in politics doesn't necessarily mean joining a political party or contesting for an election. It also means being aware about the political development around us, how the policies are framed and how they impact us in our day-to-day life. Talking about active politics, yes, the youth should be involved in politics. Why? First of all, the demography of India is the key point. When we have nearly 1 billion of young mind, we should unleash that potential and youth use that potential in the field of politics to make India a better India. Youth brings new perspective to the table, and when the policies are formed using that new perspective, it represents a broader population of the nation. Also, the issues of the youth are better represented by the youth because they are the one getting affected by it. The youth, the issues like unemployment, the issues like illiteracy, the issues like poverty and environmental concerns. Also, the youth are a reservoir of bubbling energy. That energy needs to be channelized in a productive manner. And if we have the option to channelize it toward a constructive politics in such a young democracy, why not? We can use our youth in politics to make India a better India. Also, youths today are tech savvy. Technology is being amalgamated into all spheres of life nowadays, and politics is no exception. When tech-savvy youths are included in politics, they can make use of the powerful technological tools like social media platforms to make better political strategy. Also, the youth have more risk-taking ability than any other generation. They are resilient. They have a determination. This, coupled with their patriotism, their zeal to do something for the betterment of the country, for the betterment of their community, also coupled with their idea, innovations, and enthusiasm, can certainly make India a greater India. Talking about passive politics, the youth in mass, when they are determined towards a common goal, driven by a common cause, they can make huge impact on the policy makers and make sure that the governing body is answerable to the common public. The governing body makes policy which are beneficial for a common man. But we have various challenges in front of us. The career growth in politics is not certain, and I think that is one of the reasons why the youth do not want to enter politics nowadays. Also, people think that their votes do not matter. That's why they don't indulge in voting. But if they indulge in voting, if we vote more and more, we can make sure that the participatory aspect of democracy is upheld. It is very important to make India a better India. Also, we have lack of access to resources like the monetary resources, like the political resources and social resources. Also, we have a lack of access to the political information. There is discrimination based on age and gender in various political arenas. This is why the youth do not want to enter politics. We need a way ahead. And the central political parties, they need to contest more and more young people in the election so that our younger generation is interested to entering the politics. We need to encourage politics in schools and colleges level. We need to change the framework so that a common man can enter politics. Also, in my conclusion, I would say the motive is not to weed out the younger political leaders and replace them with the young ones, but we need to balance their experience with the zest and vigor of the youth. Actions, when driven by enthusiasm and empathy rather than necessity, do they materialize into tangible result. And this is what the need of are to make India a great India. Thank you.
Next participant from team number 16.
To quote in Hindi, संसाधनों के सेतु पर मैं अपनी देश का विकास दिलाना चाहती हूँ. देश के किसानों को अन्नदाता के दर्जा का नाम दिलाना चाहती हूँ. और आरक्षण की इस दौड़ में मैं बेटियों को उनके माँ के गर्भ में आरक्षण दिलाना चाहती हूँ. मैं राष्ट्र निर्माण करना चाहती हूँ. एक युवा, unquote in Hindi. Namaste, a youthful morning to one and all present here. I'm Coach 16 standing to talk for the topic Youth in Politics for a Better India. Youth, a very, very broad term which radiates the energy of leadership since the history of Chandragupta Maurya to Razia Sultan, the only female sultan, to Akbar, who ruled the kingdoms of vast empires in a very young age of 15, 16, 17, 18, to skip to the modern times of Aditya Thackeray, Tejasvi Surya, Chandrani Murmu, Vidya Srinivasan, who have entered the politics and broken the stigma of politics in India to tell us that politics is not about muscle power or money power, but it is perseverance of your entire self to create and reform India. Ladies and gentlemen, youth is the answer. Youth is the answer to India to make India into a Vishwaguru, and this youth contributes to nearly 62% of the Indian population. Today, we stand at a place that the World Census tells us 75% of the Indian parliament members contribute to 50 years of age, which is just like an elite pensioners club. Then what is 62% of our youth doing? Here we need to understand there is a gender gap, because a case study tells us just because there was a delay in the NEET PG counseling, it caused 1/3 of the entire doctor short in the entire nation. Yes, it was good governance for some good reasons, but it was bad politics. This is where we need to erase that bad politics by bringing in leaders who are corrupt free, who are nourished with young values such as moral values, principles, ethics, and who know the futuristic nation, and whose blood is filled with the stubborn and rageousness to not just be good, but be bold in taking the decisions of our nation. And again, the answer is youth of the country. This is the beauty of our nation. If you want to tell about the youth, it is a never-ending strategy to speak about. But in youth, I would like to quote one of the beautiful examples in our very own state where I'm speaking about, in Karnataka. Yes, there Gandhiji once told, Be the change you want to see in this particular state or in this particular country. This change is something I would like to quote about this following individuals. Don't need to talk about international, not about national, not about the history, but about the present. Once this young individual gave a TED talk on how this political system in India is filled with nepotism, muscle and money power, casteism, and there is no place for first generation leaders here. But I would like to tell him he was elected as the member of parliament in 2019 at the mere age of 28, and that is Tejasvi Surya for you. He is one of the beautiful examples and inspiration to the youth to leave their career oriented goals and take to make politics as their entire career. K.N. Annamalai left his beautiful bureaucrat job and entered into the politics because he wanted to reform nation with a proper scale. Then comes Shering Namgyal, who stood against his own party to talk about the scraping of the Article 370 in Ladakh. He spoke about his own party. That is the blood of the youth. Then comes the youngest tribal woman who stands in the member of the parliament, that is Chandrani Murmu, who stands and symbolizes that there is no age. Yes, we are the responsible youth. We are the responsible youth and we need to join together our hands. I would like to urge my brothers and sisters, let's urge together. Let's take an oath that we will join politics, because that is the very important talk of this particular, a very important notion of this particular talk. And by ending, I would like to quote Chandrasekhar Azad. What is it if your blood is not of rage? Because it is not your blood if it is not of rage, when it is just water that flows in your veins. And what is the use of the flesh of the youth if it is not to serve the motherland? Thank you.
Next contestant from team number 17.
Hello, everyone.
This is slot number 17, madam.
Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to see my Indian sitting here. Almost all great things have been done by the youth, by Benjamin Disraeli. A very pleasant morning to one and all gathered here. Without any further delay, let me get into my topic. The topic that is given to the elocution is the role of youngsters in Indian politics for a better nation. As we all know, India is a democratic country. India has the largest number of youth. A youth group is a class that consists of people from 14 years to 40 years of age. Nelson Mandela once said, the youth of today are the leaders for tomorrow. He didn't say simply, he said it as per the present. The youth is the backbone of nation. The youth are physically and mentally both powerful. But today's youth do not care about the nation. He doesn't even think about the progress of our nation. He doesn't think about the progress of our nation. When it comes to the youth election, the only prime minister in the youth is the Rajiv Gandhi, and still no one has come. The youngest chief minister of Uttar Pradesh is Akhilesh Yadav. Thank you, one and all.
Next participant from lot number 18. Madam.
A very warm good morning, respected judges, teacher, and all my dear friend. Today, my topic for the allocation is youth should be involved in the politics for a better India. What is youth and who is youth? Me, you, and millions of pupils that are the future of the country, as well quoted from our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, that we are the future of this country. And it is proved also. When we talk about the world leading multinational company, Google, Facebook, we have our people that are working for them. But why not in India? Can you question yourself? The problem is with the system. The problem is with the ideology that our parents have. When I talk with my mother that I want to become a politician of the next generation, I am the youth and I want to be a politician and I want to have a political thinking. But she simply said that you can be a doctor, you can be an engineer, you can be a professor, but you can't be a politician because politics is a dirty game. That is the ideology in our society, and that's why I am not a politician. But being a politician is different with having a political approach. I can have a political approach. I can be an idea for the next generation. I should be there in the parliament through various channels like Chhatra Sansad is there for the student. They can go and tell their problem. Lot of issues we feel like ragging cases are there. For this, we have ragging acts, but also there are lot of problems like depression, anxiety, unemployment. Who will talk about this? The government. We the youth of this country. A famous thought from 32nd US president that we cannot make the future of all the youth, but we can make our youth for the future of the nation. We are the youth. We have to change the mentality that we have to become the doctor, but a view that we can make a change in the system, a positive change that will involve a new ideology to make a India developed nation. When we talk about history, we have Subhash Chandra Bose, we have Shahid Bhagat Singh. They all are young leaders. They take our spirit that we can become a independent nation. And now it a chance that we can make our India a independent developed nation. And this time we can make it happen. Me and youth like you have a great potential. In India, as per the record from the Economic Times, we have 365 million of the youth population. But when we see the records, only 10 to 15% are participating in politics. Why? And these 10 to 15% are not from the poor or that margin that has the problem. They are from the top section of the society. They even didn't know what is the problem. They go to study abroad and they don't know the root of the problem, the unemployment. For example, if I am a farmer, I have the problem in the field, then who will take this problem to the government, to the policy makers? If I am the youth, it is my duty that I should tell this to the government that farmers are facing this kind of problem. This need to be resolved. We have many more examples in India regarding reforms, changes that youth leads, changing educational policies, changing cultural policies. These all are because of youth. Youth should always be included in this kind of ideology because we are the future. We need to make our ideology that we need think that what are the requirement at this time. When we talk about present time, then it is quite sad that we just feel that we talk with our friend that this is the problem and who will solve it. We can solve it. We have to come out our comfort zone and we have to provide a beautiful solution. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
So I invite next speaker. He is representing from team number 19, 19. Okay. Sir,
So I start.
start.
A very pleasant and warm morning to our respected jury members, respected professors, beloved colleagues, and my dear friends. Today, I'm standing before you to express my viewpoints on the topic, youngsters should involve in politics for better India. Politics basically defined as an art or science of governance, which without any ambiguity shapes the country in the form that is presented over the world. Better politics is the prerequisite for the smooth running of our country, and it eventually leads in the upliftment of the nation. It holds the efficacy to impact the people and the policies in an ineffable manner, such that if applied positively, it can make the nation stride higher and higher. However, at the same time, it is also worth mentioning that bad governance, when applied, is capable of crumbling the country upon its own weight. As an artist to the artist, politics is to the politicians, or say policy makers. As you all know, policy makers are basically the people in power having the authority to form rules and regulations for countries' better administration and an all-inclusive development. The role of a policy maker is crucial, is fundamental to the nation progress, which then hence necessitates the concern for the quality of the people involved in it. Inefficient politicians have a history of halting our nation's growth. Inefficient politicians have a history of halting our nation's growth, and the major cause of this is insufficient indulgence of youth in the politics, especially in our country. Youth of any country for that matter is synonymous with the strength of that country, and when you don't indulge your strength in your policies, or for that matter in any endeavor or effort, it is sure to fall down. In this case, a sure shot policy paralysis is destined. Young minds are full of ideas, innovations, creativity, essence, energy, and sheer efficiency. The example of which, the evidence of which can be seen here at the Youth Festival, where the color, the vibration, the essence, the energy, the positivity of people around cannot go unnoticed. Young minds have proven their mark in every sector, whether it is medicine, management, finance, IT, horticulture, agriculture, and whatnot. Yet, however, politics is one such sector which still awaits its full-fledged youth participation. There are several reasons for the same, and the one I believe is the cause is that there is a lack of social acceptance of youth into the politics. The energy of the young people is hilariously told or given as advocated as a problem, as it is causing less maturity in the person, which is a very poor argument in this regard. It is mere hypocrisy that a child aged 18, when she is eligible for armed forces, is believed wise and brave enough to put its country's welfare above her own and sacrifice her life for the country. But the same child, even in the 30s, is not considered wise enough to take decisions for the country. Secondly, there is also a point that a stigma is associated with the politics, because of which it is looked down upon. And that's why the English phrase playing politics has a negative notion attached to it, as we all know. Despite all its demerits, it is the need of the hour that the youngsters today need to be involved in the politics for the betterment of our country. We youngsters cannot take the back seat and let our futures played by others. Rather, we need to come forward, take the charge, and take our country on to great heights. At last but not the least, I would like to state that youth of our country have immense potential and the ability to put our nation on the path to progress. Parents, societies, government must all welcome the participation of young blood into political vein. This would embark an era of transformation and positivity, which would ultimately lead India gaining insurmountable feats in the long run. Thank you so much, everyone.
He is from lot number 20.
Hello. The worst form of illiteracy is the political illiteracy. He doesn't hear, he doesn't speak, he doesn't participate in political activities, and from his political ignorance results the prostitute, the abandoned child, and the worst thieves of all, the bad, corrupt politicians, who is a flunky of the national and multinational companies. A very warm good morning to one and all present here. Today, I'm standing in front of you to speak few words on the topic, youngsters should involve in politics for a better India. Politics is about the participation and engagement of the citizenry as a whole, and to forget this point would doom us into irrelevance. Under the tagline of "You die and unresign," the old veterinarian politician cling forever onto the policies of power at the expense of youth. And obviously, gerontocracy is the cousin of plutocracy. The concentration of power in the old and the privileged is at the expense of the less privileged. When the products of nepotism hold the position of power, they fail to voice the 32% increase in drug abuse in our country, the 22 lakh Indian student migration that happened in 2020 alone, and the 33 million unemployed rate of youth in our country. While we are swamped in 33% of bribe rates, 27,936 youth crime, and a gradually dismantling democracy. The archaic notion that camouflage themselves into the policies of the archaic people makes our hurdles the cultural progress of our nation's development, like the banning the sale of condom for controlling teenage pregnancy. While it is given that the only rate that it is going to decline is of protected sex, sensationalized reporting of political crimes fuel paranoia in youth that disencourages them from participating in politics, making a political situation even in our country which can be exploited by the criminals. These facts make youth quick. The 2017 Word of the Year by Oxford Dictionary reflecting on political awakening in the youth, a necessity of the hour. If we consider the problem of participation of youth in politics, it is less a matter of whether they participate and more a matter of where they participate. Voting is essential in our society. Although all of us must vote, we must acknowledge that there exist more active forms of participation, and it is the generation of innovation, of educated minds, and of flash mobs that are conducted for raising awareness, and of online signed petition for mass mobilization that is leading this reinvention of our political scenario. The quintessential grape of socialism and democracy can be manifested as the scaffolding pillar of national development and integration only through the positive political education of the youngsters. Of the 1,025,000,000 people in India, 65% of them are below 35 years of age. And who better to gap the bridge between the elected and the electors rather than the youth of our country? And who better to represent our current cultural climate? And our youth can stop the dismantling of our democracy by changing their perspective from being merely indifferent to merely different by engaging in socially responsible activities and civic duties. I conclude my words by reminding you that politics is too serious of an issue to be left in the hands of politicians alone. And even if you don't participate in politics, politics will eventually participate in your life. Thank you and have a nice day.
Next participant, please. He is from lot number 21. You ready? He is ready, sir.
An old king is not an old king and his clever ministers are not enough to win a war. You'll need young soldiers to fight in the battle. Hello and a very good morning, everyone. This is lot number 21, expressing my thoughts on the topic youngsters should involve in the politics for better India. To begin with, let me ask you a question. Whenever you buy your clothes, do you buy it on your own choice, or you prefer to choose your clothes by the choice of your parents or your grandparents? Obviously you choose it by yourself. You don't want to give liberty to how you look like, to decide how you look like to your parents or grandparents. Then how can you give liberty to how your future, to decide how your future look like to the to a generation which is totally from the different era? Yes, today in our country, out of the total pollution politicians, 65%, more than 65% of the politicians are from the age of above 50 years. In the 17th Lok Sabha, the average age of MPs were 54 years and the average age of the current cabinet is 60 years. This makes the Indian democracy more of a gerontocracy, ironically representing the visions of the one of the youngest nations in the world. One of the youngest nations is represented by the people of aged above 50 years. Isn't it the irony? Yes, it is an irony because the aspirations and the dreams of youngsters are way different than what the gerontocrats can dream and vision of. So today's youth need to participate in the political sphere to contribute to this to the nation that they dreamed of, because by participating in the politics you can frame the shape and the future of you can shape the future of the nation. Also, the participation does not means the replacement of the elderly people, because politics is all about decision making. You are a decision maker from the day one you sworn into the position of the any political office. So the politics is all about legislation, execution, and decision making. And this is the tough nut to crack, which can be cracked by the experience only. So you need the experience of the gerontocrats in combination with the enthusiasm and the efficiency of younger people to pave the way for better India. Thank you.
I request participants, please do not speak while performer is doing the performance. participant from lot number 22. 22.
Ready? Hello, please. A very warm good morning to everyone present over here today. Today, ICO 22 will be talking on the topic, the youth of India must enter into politics for better India. India has a population of 1.4 billion. Out of that, 65% is below the age of 35. However, the political system of India is completely different. Our political leaders below the age of 35 are just 8%. And in Lok Sabha, that is even 12%. How is the Indian demography changing? That is to look for. The Indian political system currently lacks enthusiasm, it lacks energy, talent, and vigor of the youth. Why is it happening? Why is the youth not entering into politics? The number one reason for that is corruption. The corruption perception index of India is 85 out of 180 countries. That is a huge number. Now, as if corruption was not enough, we have become a system of bad money. We have become a system of malpractices and dishonesty. Nepotism is also one of the major factors. Though the Indian journalism does not cover it because we do not care about it, right? We rather care about Bollywood. And that is the problem. It does exist. In 2019, it was seen that $2 billion were spent on election. However, the political parties and the leaders spent $5 billion. How can you experience that a modest person with a modest living, humble background can ever get into politics without any political power from their fathers, grandfathers, and such amount of money? And one more reason is we are choosing peace over power. Today's generation does not want a stressful life, anxiety, fear that dwells within our heart. We do not want malpractices and unethical life that the current system of politics has to offer. We want an ethical life. That is not at offered. What about the vibrant student wings that exist in India? A 2015 report and study in Sweden and Belgium found that youth participation in politics was influenced by peer participation, peer conversation. Therefore, student wings could be the right place where you can inculcate a whole new generation of politicians, only if they care to. But they care to spread their butter spread of ideologies. They care to spread a political propaganda. They think that they are party workers who are going to spread campaigning and railing. We have to look beyond it. What has the Indian youth got to offer? Number one, we have constructive aims for future. Number two, 75 years of vicious cycle that we are running in. We have to break this political trends. Number three, we are going to bridge the population with the government of India. 65% is youth, right? We need representation. We are at the heart of all the policies, National Education Policy 2020, Skill India, Make in India, employment issues. But we are not given the center stage for politics. Why? We are more liberal than ever with new ideas of modernization, globalization. We talk about climate science, LGBTQ plus rights. Not only talk, but also act on these topics. Therefore, the youth must be given the center stage because these are the new issues of 21st centuries. We have to take it. However, the trend has been regressing. In 2019, 57 years, that was the average age of Lok Sabha. That was even worse than 47 years in 2014. What a tragedy. Consider the example of Swedish Prime Minister, just 34 years old, Chilean Prime Minister, just 36 years old, Jacinda Ardern from New Zealand, such a political career. But in India, youth is considered immature. That is the problem that resides within India. We need representation. The sooner we enter into the system, the sooner we will be indulged in it and change the system. Take the example of Chavira Jawat, changed the system completely from Tonk to World Economic Forum. Take the example of Sneha Gupta. She spoke in the UN General Assembly with such snarky remarks to Pakistan. Political system is a mud, but to clear it, you will have to enter into the system. Change it in an ethical community work base. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite next participant. She is representing from the lot number 23.
Yes, sir. A very good morning to everyone, respected dignitaries, and yeah, all the great personalities sitting right now here. So youth should be participated in politics for better India. So before getting into this topic, let me tell you that it's a very proud thing to know that India is transforming into a young democracy where a lot of young minds are stretching their limits to change the Indian political system, to reshape the Indian political system, and to change the monetary policies, and most importantly, to change the educational system, how it is being delivered to the population. So I feel that our Indian educational system need to be standardized from the small corners of villages to the high international level. Let me tell you that out of the whole population, not even 50% of the population of our India is having 25 of age, and not even 65% of our Indian population is having 35 of age. So within the limit of the population, what is there in this zone need to be in the correct place, that is parliament. So let's question ourselves, how many of the youngsters are reaching to the parliament? Hardly, very rare. So it is also estimated that the average age of the Lok Sabha participants is 56. So the main root cause of this is our Indian habituality. As we grow, the only thing that is taught to us is have an education, get into job. Have an education, become an employee. But no one will teach us that educate yourself, become a leader, and rule your country. This is not been taught to us from a kindergarten level. And I feel that our youngsters are very deserving to get that political position, not because we are very innovative. I feel at this particular age, we are having a problem solving analytic vision. And I completely accept to get such a prestigious position like a political leader, we need to have a lot of experience. But let me take you an example of a former Prime Minister, Manmohan Singh, where he is very famous for his economist. He's a very finest economist, but still he's failed to make the India as famous in his ruling. So I feel that not just experience is going to mean to rule the country, but the vision of the youngsters is going to change with the new policies in the country. And yes, most of the Indian politicians are happily married politicians. So not as a politician, but at least as a family man, a person can do anything for the family, even corruption. But let's think, why does an youngster will corrupt for when he is being brought up by his parents? Let's take the example of the most popular political leaders like Mamata Banerjee and Jayalalitha Garu. They have completely devoted to the political, in politics. So I'm not telling that all the happily married political leaders will do corruption, but what I exactly mean to tell is at least the youngsters will not rule with that dishonesty in that particular period of time. And let's go to our history. B.R. Ambedkar. Ambedkar ji has cracked the UPSC with fourth rank in those days where Indians are not even allowed to write examination. And he has become the architect of our Indian constitution. So in those days, if a youngster can do that, in this particular generation, how much extent we are capable to change the Indian political system. And we are still following those rules and schemes which are being started in old days. We are moving backward than the forward. And now currently our population is very high when compared to other countries. So even though being a highly populated country, we are facing the financial crisis, we are having economical instability. The main reason is we don't know how to use the human resources. Let's take the example of the China, which is even being highly populated, maintain the proper financial stability. The main reason is that they exploit the human resources. I want that our country has to exploit the skillful human resources, not just resources, skillful human resources that is found in the youth to make a better India. And I finally feel that if a woman can get reservation, 33% of reservations in assembly, and we women get a lot of reservations in different aspects and reservation in different caste aspect, then why can't a youth have reservation in parliament? If at least the reservations will be developed, then they will start thinking about politics and they will commence to proceed in the politician as a politicians. And I finally want to conclude with a strong line, especially to all the youth, that now if you're being passive, or now if you're not being interested in the politics and not being interested in the elections, then be ready to be ruled by inferiors forever. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Next participant. Next participant who is ready. I will start it off. Sir, lot number 26. So number is jump. Please check. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Vivekananda, at his 30, when he delivered his speech at Chicago, the whole world looked at us. Chandragupta Maurya, at the age of 20, he conquered from Ganga to the Kaveri at his just 20 years age. And he's been known as an all-time emperor of our country. When it comes to this, Adi Guru Shankaracharya, Gautama Buddha, and Mahavira, they were the greatest social reformers of all time and taught the whole world how to be peaceful at their younger age. This is the power of youth. Very good morning to one and all present here. It's very delightful being a youth myself to present my views on youngsters in the politics and how we can make a better India. Can I just ask you one question here? I think majority of you sitting here are the youngsters itself. How many of you are ready to take politics as a career? I think this long silence itself is telling that the present scenario of youth in our country, with the young blood which is rushing through the veins of more than 650 million people in our country, with the longest and the world's biggest democracy, we can see that it's inevitable there should be presence of youth in the politics. The paradox, what we can see here is that there will be increase in the young population in our country, but when it comes to their participation in the parliament and the politics, it's been reducing. There are many instances. There is a sharp decline from 26% to 12% in the Lok Sabha Assembly, 17th Lok Sabha Assembly, which has been happened. The average age of the population who have been the MPs and MLAs are more than 50 years. There is a dire need. There should be the representation of youth in politics. In our country, there are many problems which has been faced. Terrorism, Naxalism, drug mafia, depression, whatnot, all these things. This has been discussed even in the G20 summit also. How it could be solved? By channelizing the energy from the youth and the experience from the old. This is not something which is new. Let them set the path. We will walk it faster. This is how it can really happen in our country. There are many instances and examples. When I take an example of Finland president and the Singapore president, who are just 30 and 35, who had made tremendous changes with respect to the technology. The drug rate has been reduced. The poverty has been reducing. With their young population in the politics, they are making this vibrant change. There is a beautiful concept, namely the youth for youth.
Let me explain this. There is a significant difference between what we expect from the government and what exactly we are getting. I'm not blaming any of the age-old politicians or the policymakers. My point is very simple. It is that their perception and attitude towards looking at the problem is different than ours. So we could be more realistic. Just take an example of COVID-19 instance only. In that particular instance, we have seen the transforming young minds with the innovations and the technologies which has made the world to look at the other side. How many of us sitting here know the actual age for contesting in the Panchayat Raj is 21? How many of us just at least given a try for that? I think none. Majority. So this is what is happening. Even one single youth from one village will represent, there will be more than 6 lakh youth representation. It's not just becoming MPs and MLAs will make you to be in the politics. Even the smallest representation from the Panchayat Raj can just truly make a vibrant India with a lot many changes. I'm from the village background. In my education system, where in the schools, they used to conduct few of the role plays so that in that role plays, we will be having a particular mindset of political mindset only. So we will be, so that we can just have an acquaint with the characters. So this kind of things will be encouraged. Definitely the youth can be promoted towards the politics. Then coming to the decision-making abilities will be enhanced. Sense of patriotism. Just imagine in your own home, if you have been involved in the decision-making process, definitely you feel one among them. The same with respect to the nation also. I think many of you are sitting here, maybe the representatives in one or the other student association, at least few of them. If one will be representing the MP, becoming the MP or MLAs, I think today's session will be worthwhile. So my point is very simple, sir. In order to take our country to a very long way, youth should be part and parcel of the politics. Come on, friends, just let's join our hands together and bring the youth quake, as it is quoted by the UN, which is the power of youth, and make this glorious India truly incredible. Namaste, Jai Hind.
Wait. So it was 26 earlier one. Lot number 26. Completed. Okay, is from lot number 24. Are you ready?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Start now.
A pleasant greetings to one and all present here. It's my pleasure to meet you all at this occasion of 21st AgriFest 2023 at GKVK Bengaluru. So myself, lot number 24, hereby to give a speech on the topic of youngsters should involve in the politics for a better India. India is a sovereign, socialist and a secular nation with the largest democratic country in the world with a parliamentary form of government. India this year has ranked top, surpassed the China by becoming the top most populous country in the world. Though it sounds bad in one aspect, if we see from other side, there is some little happiness for us. Yes, though we are the top most populous country in the world, out of this, 65% of the population consists of youth, young minds from 18 to 35 years old. Out of 1.4 billion people, nearly 808 million people are youngsters. Thus, our youngsters are the true power of our country. So, if we talk about this, so youth should have given more power in our country. If we see most of the other aspects, our youth are becoming topmost positions in various aspects. Like if we take multidisciplinary industries, industrial sectors, various fields like agriculture, astronomy, medical science, health, our Indians are ranking at the topmost positions. What about in politics? Even in United Kingdom, our own Indian origin, Mr. Rishi Sunak becomes the Prime Minister. What about in our India? There is a big question mark. So why so? Behind this question mark is that our youth are really vibrant, delighted, diligent, working hard. They can bring lots of advancements with intelligence and empowerment to the nation. But what's really, our youth nowadays are studying hard. We should settle for a good life. We should go to a prestigious institutions like IIT, AIMS, ICR, and settle for a white collar job. That's all. My thing is over. I am getting a monthly income and the weekend days spent, hopefully, holidays with our childhoods. This is what the real scenario hoping it. So they are want to stepping into prestigious institution, prestigious multinational companies, but not into Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. When we come into voting, this voting system starts in our school days itself. If we want to elect a class leader, we will choose a person who is so friendship to us, who will put even present for our absence. This is what same reflect in our nation also. We have been taught important subjects like civics, economics, polity in our schooling itself. That day, we just study polity for getting 2 marks, 3 marks. But if you ask any college student, what is Lok Sabha, what is Rajya Sabha, how election commission is happening, they can't even say even more than a single line. So I will tell, in order to make our youth more diligence upon this, we should give the economical, political subject learning made as the compulsory curriculum in all the UG students. So that is the time they get the real opportunity to vote. On the day of voting, the students will get a holiday. They go to their home. Just after casting a vote, they will put a status. I have done my responsibility for the country. That's all. They think this is over, but not really is. Even if I ask anyone from this crowd, not even a single person can tell who is the MP, MLA, or even the name of your village panchayat chairman itself. That is the real scenario. We are not really thinking about what's happening with us. If we say our family that I want to interested in election, what is politics? They will say, just keep full stop, study hard, you concentrate on your studies. They don't want even make our children to learn more into or getting into politics itself. So always we have been brought in a society where politics is considered dump yard. It is only for those people who are doing family economics, family politics, bribery, and are occupied by fully goons. So these conditions should change. Even the National Youth Parliament scheme has been arranged by Ministry of Youth Affairs. But till date, only 38,290 people has participated in this out of 65% of youth population. So we should think the change should be brought from us. So be the change you want to see in the world. I will say, quote the quotings of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, dream, dream, dream until your dream comes true one day. So today, my dream is to become in a century and celebrating centurion independence in 2047. Of course, our India should become a developed nation ruled by more prominent, vigilant, and visionary young minds. Sure, this will happen. So we should create the change within us. So today I conclude by saying the juries, thank you for giving this opportunity. I hope at least today, if any 1 or 2% join politics in future, I consider that as the victory of my speech today. So I thank you all. Thank you for giving this opportunity. See you all in 2024 elections. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Next participant, please get ready. So we have next participant.
Hello.
Representing from lot number 27.
Hello. So can I start?
In the words of Franklin Roosevelt,
I quote, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build the youth for our future." Honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very scintillating morning to one and all present here. Today, I present in front of you to express my views on the given topic: youngsters should involve in politics for a better India. India, with a population of 140.76 crores, has a high share of youth, with more than 50% of the population below the age of 25 and more than 65% below the age of 35. Despite being the world's youngest country, when we see the composition of the MPs and MLAs, experience overshadows the vigor of youth. Today, only 4% of the ministers are below the age of 35 and can be called as young leaders. These statistics are appalling, and they show how the political sphere of our country is in acute crisis of the energy, enthusiasm, vigor, and talent. These numbers compel us to think that if our Indian youth is doing excellent in all the other spheres of life, then why not politics? But why are we here asking about the role of youth in politics? Why are we here talking about youth in governance? Well, we all have thought of India in 2047. Haven't we? We all want India to have the best infrastructure, best healthcare facilities, and the most efficient education system. But my question is, will our next generation aspire for the same? In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, the spirit of democracy cannot be superimposed from outside. It must come from within. Ladies and gentlemen, today, the Indian youth is lacking in its participation in the politics. These young men and women need to understand that participating in politics does not only mean that contesting for elections. They can vote for their candidates and improve their lousy turnout figures. Young men can hold the elected officials and policymakers accountable for their actions. Involving young people, youth in the policy making and decision making will improve the policies and design the policies with their intentions, inculcating new perspectives, fresh perspectives into the picture. India as a nation has seen youth in politics from a very long time, pre-independence era, when a lot of youth came forward to fight for our country and set this country free. From Bhagat Singh to Mangal Pandey, from the formation of Azad Hind Fauj to Quit India movement. Even Mahatma Gandhi gave the clarion call to the youngsters to come forward, strive for this country, fight for this country, and make this country strategically free. Ladies and gentlemen, these young women and men need to understand that they can and they have the role to participate in the nation. Post-independence, however, we saw a plateau phase. But after the reduction of voting age from 21 years to 18 years, when Rajiv Gandhi added 5 crore new voters to the system, we saw a new rise in the number of youths in the politics. And today, there are innumerable youth that are coming forward, that are ready to fight for the country and work towards it. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India. Words so powerful that if they are understood in their intended meaning, will pave the way for empowerment for each one of us. Freedom that we attained 75 years ago, but empowerment we will attain when we, the citizens of India, the youth of India, will work together and fight for our country, strive for our country to make it next Vishwaguru. Rightly said by Louis Amour, to make a democracy success, we as citizens of India must be a nation of participants, not simply observers. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Next participant, please. Next participant from team number 28.
Imagine a parliament where all of the youngsters are sitting in our parliament. How beautiful is the parliament in the view? Same like our hall, which is full of beautiful minds, intelligent thoughts, and innovative minds. So, good afternoon, my dear friends, and educators, and everyone over here, and all the youngsters over here. My message is not only to the youngsters all over India, but the people seated over here, because most of the youngsters are being seated over here. India is a country with one of the largest democracy and biggest economy also. It is not easy to rule a country like India, because a country with many cultures, many languages. Cultures change with kilometers in India. So it is not easy to rule a country like India. So why youngsters should be involved in politics? Because youngsters are physically and mentally fit, and they have many innovative ideas. In the blood of youngsters is the decision making process, and the thought process of youngsters is resolving the issues. They can resolve issues quicker compared to others, and the youngsters are very much updated to technology. They can resolve any issue with technologies. They can resolve any issue very quickly. And also, youngsters play a major role in our country. That is, 65% of the total India's population constitute the youngsters. But if we see in parliament, as I said, how many percent of the people are included in parliament? Just 13%. Those 13% are also due to hierarchical politics. That is, maybe their parents or grandparents are involved in politics. But none of the youngsters are interested in politics. Why is this? They are ready to die in military, but they are not interested to come into politics. Why is the situation going on in India? Mainly, there are three reasons. That is, parents in India with their middle class thoughts. They think that every month income is enough to get to live a normal livelihood, but they are not ready to sacrifice themselves. Their words will be like, you need to sacrifice yourself for a country, but are you ready to contribute your child for this country politics, for this country's development? No parent is ready to contribute their child for the development of a country, but everyone is ready to say the words. They say that we need to do sacrifice our country. So Mahatma Gandhi said that the change you want to see in the world, be the change. That is, before saying, first check yourselves. Are you ready to contribute in the politics? As our friends ask, none of the us are interested in politics. Is anyone interested? We want to become doctors. We want to become engineers. And even we are ruling other countries. But why aren't we ruling our own country? We are becoming the CEOs of the multinational companies. But why aren't we coming into the politics? Politics is the key issue. That is, we are having each and every resource in India, but India is still a developing country. Why is India still a developing country? The 65% of the India's population is being wasted because they are not entering into the politics. Politics is a major component which plays an important role in any country. That is, first, when politics is better in any country, then only country can be developed. We are having each and every resource in India, but India is still a developing country. We say always India is a developing country. Why can't India be developed country? When we see all these youngsters in the politics, then only the India can become a developed country. So as Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said that the minds of the youngsters, when involved in the politics, it will be the major resource. So I say that youngsters play the major role in politics, and also youngsters should be involved. I think that any one of us may be involved in politics due to my words. Thank you.
Next participant from team number 34 for the information of jury.
A very pleasant good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm slot number 34 and I'm here to present my opinions upon the topic, the involvement of youth in the politics for a better future. So, as Swami Vivekananda quoted, that people should come together, educated man should come together, organize themselves for bringing about change in the society, while saying the fact that youth is the destiny maker of the nation. So this stands very true in today's times, when our population has reached and surpassed China with an amount of 50% of population below 35 years and 65% of population below 25 years. This is a very pressing issue of now. I like to divide this topic into two aspects. The involvement of youth is divided into two aspects, namely as the psychological need that we have today for having youth in politics and the socio-economic needs. Psychological needs in the sense, since our independence, we rarely saw handful numbers of politicians whom the youth of the nation could look after to and could stand up to chase the same profession as they have. Why is it so? This is because people have this mindset in the society that politics is a rut. It is a rut in which once you enter, you're stuck and your life will be drained. Your age will move on so fast that you won't even count it. And they will give you some examples of Rahul Gandhi also. It's not fair because these are the people who later on fight to bring about such policy changes and advocates the opposition when something unfair is being done. This is a psychological need. So in this era where population has reached, most of the youth are there in the country, we need more participation of youth in the politics. This stands more true because if we have 65% of the population below 35 years of age, then obviously we should have the sense the contribution of the youth should be more in the parliament. Why in parliament? We see so less people. People have this misconception that with age comes clarity, comes understanding of the depth of the topic, and especially in politics, they say you should have a good experience. Why can't they say that we need creativity? We need a new approach to direct and tackle the issues which are pressing and have never been resolved fully in this nation. Second comes the socio-economic needs. When the population is rising at such a pace, and so are the issues like unemployment, hunger, and poverty still remains their feet in the country, in the nation. So who will solve these issues? If the government would have done it, they would have done it before. Yeah, there have been steps, they have moved forward, but they have not even been an urgent reform, and there is a pressing need that we bring about urgent reforms today. This can only happen when there is an urgency in the mind of the youth, and then they can contribute. How will this happen? Obviously, by the contribution and by when they sit in the parliament, where the policies are framed, where constitution plays its key role. Our constitution and rules of politics has just been restricted to our books, to our politics books. And we never tried to learn more after this. We will see people participating so less even in panchayati, even in municipal corporation. Why? Why can't we even see youth participating, even in the local governments? There is a pressing need that first we come and have youth participation at the local government, where the real people lives, where the poverty has its feet. Therefore, I would like to conclude that in order to address the psychological need and the socio-economic needs of the nation, there is a key role of the involvement of the youth in the nation. Thank you so much.
Next part. Next participant is from team number 2929.
Saul Williams has rightly said, the most powerful voices in the politics are the ones which have a different view of the world and which can process the world and the sounds which emanate from it. Good afternoon, respected members of jury and my dear friends. Today, I am going to represent lot number 29 and I'm going to express my views on the topic, youth should involve in politics for a better India. India has a massive population and major chunk of the population is composed of the youth, with more than 65% of the population being under the age of 35. When compared to nations like China, we have a huge workforce. China is facing a challenge of shrinking population. But when we look at the demographics of 17th Indian Lok Sabha, the average age of a member of parliament is 54. Quite a big number, isn't it? Harsh, but true. Youth can be often heard saying that I'm not interested in politics when they are asked their political opinion on any topic. I think being unaware should not be regarded as not being interested. Youth is a state of mind and body in which there is a tremendous amount of energy, enthusiasm, and capacity to do works. People hustle day and night to make huge profits for MNCs, government PSUs. We have a huge workforce of young scientists, young doctors, and corporate executives. Then isn't it really demotivating that only 6% of the member of parliament are under the age of 35? So we need to understand why youth is so much essential in politics. Youth is a dynamic source of innovation and creativity. Throughout the history, youth have participated and contributed in many changes and even catalyzed many revolutions in the economic and political fronts. When majority of the population is of youth, then youth should be represented proportionately in the law and policy making procedures. Youth have a new bent of mind and a completely different perspective from the old people. So they are more effective in understanding the needs of the society which are at the present time, because need changes with time, and as the people age, they tend to be rigid in their thought process. So if we can identify good needs, we can be a better society and a better nation. Youth have innovation energy, and when it is combined with experience of the old age leaders, we can really take India, its economy, and its status to pinnacle. Let me give you an example. Education world is really changing a lot. We can use artificial intelligence, virtual reality, audiovisual aids for a better concept building from very young age. And youth are the one who are more efficient in understanding when compared to old people. But old people's experience can be used in a better way for implementation of these policies, so that we can achieve higher level of education in our society and in our nation. So why there is so much less involvement of youth in Indian politics. When we inspect into the matter, the first reason become the competitive nature of the Indian politics. Nepotism is not only restricted to Bollywood, it has a very definite presence in the Indian politics. The second reason which is there is Indian politics and crime are increasingly correlated. There are, from 2004 to 2014, the number of crimes which are related to Indian politics have increased. So that is the reason why parents don't encourage their children to join mainstream politics. Another reason which prevent youth from being a part of politics is volatile nature. People will definitely prefer monthly paychecks, and therefore they are just restricted to criticizing the Indian system in front of their computers, sitting in their cubicles. We need to understand and we need to realize that it is our sole responsibility to make the future of the world's largest democracy more secure and more stronger and brighter. So we, the youth, must realize our roles and must step into the field so that we can take India to better heights of economic and political developments. Thank you. Jai Hind.
So I request next participant. It is 30, lot number 30, 30.
Good morning, everybody. And the topic is youth and its involvement in Indian politics. First of all, I want to start with some facts. In India, 20% of the peoples are youth. But the definition changes from politics to the real world. What is youth actually? Youth, the person who is from 15 to 30 years of age, is known as youth in normal language. But in politics, it is different. In politics, we think that the youth is from 35 to 45 years of age. And the involvement of the youth is very less in Indian politics. The youth is capable of doing many milestones in their life, but the involvement is decreasing day by day. What are the reasons behind it? There are many reasons which are very much there to decrease the involvement of the youth in Indian politics. I want to highlight some reasons. The first reason is the current scenario of the Indian politics. The current scenario says that the Indian system is full of corruption, malfunction, and crime. The Indian politics is run by the muscle and money power. It is not running by the educated peoples right now. The educated peoples are very less. Mostly, there are people. The majority of the population of the Indian political peoples are uneducated. They are not qualified up to 10th standard. And the second reason is nepotism. If you have no relation in politics, then it become very difficult to enter in politics. You need some type of jerk or some type of back to enter in the politics. If you are new to enter in the politics, it is very difficult. And the third reason from my side, I think the career opportunities. If you want to serve in politics, you have to join first some small groups like AVPP, NSUI. These are some small groups, political groups running for the youth. But due to uncertainty, they are not coming because they don't know what happened after 10 years, 5 years. There's no future goals. So to enter in politics is very difficult nowadays for outsider. But I think that there should be involvement of the youth peoples because firstly, the youth have a constructive mind, and the youth is known as the backbone of the country. Youth, the population, as we know, that 65% of the Indian population is youth. So the involvement of youth should be there in politics also. But only 6% of the members of the parliament and legislature and all other ministers are under the age of 35 years. So it becomes very difficult to serve the country for the elder politicians. Second reason is, I think, since it is 75 years of independence are there, from 1947 to till date, there is changes in agriculture, there is changes in education. We have advanced the agriculture facilities. By in Green Revolution is there. In every field there are changes, but in politics there is stagnant. There is no changes are there. This is running like an old system. Like in 1947, there is no change till date now. So we need new minds and new skills, and this only comes from youth, because he knows the problems of the youth. If he is not involved, then how can he serve the large population, which is actually youth? And the third reason that I think the youth should come in politics is, as large population is youth, then the problem should be known by the youth politician only. The conversation between the large population and the politician. If he is young, then he can knows the needs and the wants of the large population. So there should be a proper involvement from both sides, from politician as well as from the from the peoples. So at last, but not the least, I want to bind up my thoughts. But I want to say one thing, that age is just a number. If you are having experience, you are having ideas, you can make changes at any age. Age is just a number. So we need equal and cooperation from both sides, from elder, senior politician, and from young politician. Thank you.
I request next participant to come over, please. So he is representing the team number 31.
Yes.
Yeah, ready? Wait.
Good afternoon to respected jury members, my fellow competitors, and all others present in this room. Myself, lot number 31, and today I'm going to express my views on youngsters' involvement in politics for a better future of India. Well, there is one quote by Swami Vivekananda, the great Indian philosopher, that my faith is in the younger generation, the modern generation. From there will come to be my workers. They will solve the world problems out like lions. This quote is right on so many levels, but right now the youth of India is not that much involved in politics. Why? Because we are not on sentimental levels or on logical levels. The youth in India is not involved in politics. There are reasons like educational problems, lack of education, and other reasons why the youth is not involved in politics. Statistically, India's population, 62% of the population in India is under the youth age. But the 62% of the population in India is under the youth age. But the parliamentary age or cabinet ministerial age is 55 years. This creates the generational gap, the thinking processing gap, and action taking processing gap. Today's topic, as you are discussing here, is the involvement of youth in political process for a better future of India in tomorrow. But I personally think that the topic of today's discussion should be the youth of India should be involved in politics for a better future of India in tomorrow's time. Now, coming on to the lack of education topic, we as an Indian, we know that in many parts of India, there is much lack of education still prevails. This creates a major difference in what we can say, that the one that is educated and one that is not educated. The educated ones are going out of country. Why? Because for their higher educations, and then
one which is having less education is still remaining here because they are not that much educated or not that much involved in education activities. Now, the great Greek philosopher Plato, who also happens to be the disciple of Aristotle, quoted, where when one does not get involved in politics, he ends up being governed by his inferiors. This feels right on so much levels that when we are not
So next participant is lot number 3333. Lot number 33, madam. You can start.
Good afternoon to the esteemed judges, faculty, and my friends. My lot is 33, and today I'd be speaking on the topic of the House. When we hear the term politics, what crosses our minds? Buying and selling of MLAs, or parties accusing each other of ghotalas, or maybe politicians fighting over to prove who is more Hindu and who is more Muslim. But is this really what politics is about? In India, the political decisions taken by government official, leaders, and lawmakers impact everything from healthcare to education to social order. It can be hard to believe for some, but from what is served on our plates, from what medicine we take, to the quality of life we will lead in future is all decided by these political decisions. And despite this, despite politics being the soul of our governance, we, the youngsters of this country, are never encouraged to get into politics in any way, neither as performers and even nor as observers. We forget that by enhancing what we already know of politics, we can get better in behaving politically right as voters, as political activists and decision makers. We hear people saying things like, oh, politics is done by bad people, politics is mud, or politics is for bad people. But these things stain our perspective of politics. The youth of this country is filled with new ideas. The youth of this country is filled with new ideas, and which can reform the entire establishment from engineering, medical, agriculture, software, artificial intelligence, everything. Then why should politics and governance be kept away from reaping the unique and pristine new ideas of young people? As it is famously said on social media, modern problems require modern solutions. One might ask that without experience, how can youth lead the society? How can they take effective decisions? But I want to ask that what experience did Bhagat Singh had at the age of 23 when he moved the entire nation? What experience did young Lenin had? Or what experience did young Adi Shankaracharya had? People with right education, right intention, and right guidance are taking decisions for this country. What can be better than this for our nation? The men and women of this country can join politics. It is not as easy as we all are describing it to be. Politics, like other sectors, remain plagued by nepotism, gender disparity, lack of representation and opportunity. If we really insist on revolutionizing politics and creating a better India, we must include a broader group of young people with varied aspirations. We should prioritize inclusivity and representation. Thank you.
excuse me, with the kind permission of the jury, so it is time to take break for lunch. So, huh? Shall we take one more or two? Okay. We can take one more. Okay. I think she is ready. Okay. After this, we will have break for lunch. Lot number 35, she is representing from.
Hello.
Swami Vivekanand ji once said, "Give me some young men with heart and energy. Give me some young men with heart and energy, and I will change the whole country." Good morning in Dutch, bonjour in French, bom dia in Portuguese, shubh labh in Hindi, and a very good afternoon to one and all present over here. Today, I, representing slot number 35, feels highly privileged being a youth, speaking on a topic that is youngsters should be involved in politics for betterment of India. Well, when the thought of Swami Vivekanand floats my mind, it brings me towards 27-year-old Aisha Ghosh, 29 years old Hardik Patel, 27 years old Padma Priya, 31 years old Shreyashi Singh, and 32 years old Prajwal Revanna, and a never-ending list of such great young politicians working for our development, for our country. What does it signify as being a youth? Well, for me, it is just a period which can be changed or categorized between a dependent childhood towards an independent adulthood. And that's the reason, my friend, it is classified as the most fluid age and group against all other fixed age groups. And also, in India, yet it is considered the easiest way to categorize youth on the basis of the age. Well, as we all know, every great building needs small steps and small elements to be perfectly perfectioned on the building for a greatness. Similarly, it goes with politics, starting from the limit one. Well, you all have heard the name of Chhavi Rajawat from Rajasthan. She is one of the most well-known female among Sarpanchs who represented not only India, but she addressed delegates in UN list in 11th World Conference in 2011. Well, moving forward towards Shehnaz Khan from Haryana, a 24-year-old MBBS student. She not only is one of the youngest Sarpanchs of her region, but she is one of the most educated women Sarpanch of our region. Moving forward towards Bhakti Sharma. She is someone who came back from UN just to successfully contest the election of Sarpanch of her village, that is at the outskirts of Bhopal. And she is listed in the top 100 most influential women in the world. What a great news to hear, right? You all might have heard the name of Ashneer Grover, one of the most successful entrepreneur. He himself in one of this interview mentioned that he wants to join politics and become minister to serve India, as he believes that this would create a great impact. Recently, our Union Minister of State for Youth Affairs and Sports exhorted and exhorted the youth to come up and join politics. He urged the youth to remove the negative impact that politics had on the nation. He highlighted the fact how youth of the nation can change everything, how it is important to communicate the youth and continuous communication between the communicating government and all the ones who are formulating the appropriate policies. Well, this is something astonishing. This not only works in India, this goes worldwide. In 2011, UNDP, this created a real havoc by telling people to come up and give their support towards the nation and youth, giving them more ideas and more support for innovative ideas all over the world. Well, now I would like to close my nutshell by telling you all some of the requoting words of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. He once said, "We don't need men and women from another planet to develop India. We don't need men and women from another planet to develop India. We have this youth who is capable enough to do everything everywhere." Thank you.
Who are eagerly waiting to go for some other events, maybe at 2 o'clock. So we'll have 2 more participants, please. Please bear it. Yeah, next participant. It is lot number 32. He is representing.
कहते हैं नेता की नीति ही देश की स्थिति में सुधार ला सकती है। यहाँ उपस्थित जजों को मेरा हृदय से नमस्कार तथा सभी श्रोतागणों को मेरा हार्दिक अभिनंदन। यहाँ पे आधे से ज्यादा आए हुए यूथों को मैं ये बात कहना चाहूंगी कि मेरी बातों को जरा ढंग से सुनिएगा। मैं लॉट नंबर 32 आज आपके सामने इस वाग्मिता प्रतियोगिता में शीर्षक लेके प्रस्तुत हुई हूँ कि क्या युवा पीढ़ी को देश के विकास के लिए आना चाहिए, राजनीति में हिस्सा लेना चाहिए। क्या ये हमारे सामने एक सवाल के रूप में नहीं उपस्थित हुआ है कि क्या देश के युवा को सामने आकर देश की प्रगति के लिए आगे आना चाहिए। अरे हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अगर ये सोचा होता कि मैं अपनी जवानी में घर में घूमता फिरता, अपने परिवार के साथ मनोरंजन करता, 9 से 5 की कोई सरकारी नौकरी करता, कहीं हफ्ते में 2 बार घूमने जाता या कहीं कोई लंबी छुट्टी लेकर जाता, तो क्या कभी ये देश प्रगति कर पाती? क्या ये देश उस स्तर पे पहुंच पाती जहां पे आज हम उपस्थित हैं? आज के युवाओं को अगर कह दें कि तुम राजनीति में चले आओ तो वो डर जाते हैं। कहते हैं कि राजनीति तो एक दलदल है, जैसे ही उसमें पांव रखोगे तो फंस जाओगे। अरे तुम इस दलदल में उतर के तो देखो, ये दलदल नहीं एक धूल है जिसे तुम आसानी से साफ कर सकते हो। लेकिन नहीं, यहाँ की तो युवा भटक रही है। अभी कह दो ना सोशल मीडिया पे जाके रील्स बनानी है, तभी इनके मन में एक उत्सुकता जाग उठती है कि हाँ हम तो प्रसिद्ध हो जाएंगे। तुम प्रसिद्ध तो नेता बन के भी हो सकते हो। इस देश के विकास के लिए कम से कम आगे आने की कोशिश तो करो। जब हम इनसे कहते हैं कि तुम आगे क्यों नहीं आना चाहते, तो देश की राजनीति में त्रुटियां निकालने लग जाते हैं, जैसे कि भाई भतीजावाद। कहते हैं कि एक पिता मंत्री बना तो उसका बेटा ही मंत्री बनेगा। अरे तुम्हें किसने कहा कि राजा का बेटा ही राजा बनेगा? इस देश की व्यवस्था को अगर सुधारना है तो तुम्हें आगे आना ही होगा। लेकिन नहीं, देश की युवा तो ये सोचती है महोदय कि हम अपना भविष्य बनाएं। देश के भविष्य की तो उन्हें चिंता से ही नहीं हो रही है। उन्हें ऐसा लगता है कि खुद कोई नौकरी पाले, खुद परिवार चला ले, राजनीति में कौन उतरेगा। खुद का एक बड़ा सा फार्म हाउस बना लेंगे, कहीं कोने में जाकर हाथ में अखबार लेकर ये बोलेंगे कि हे भगवान, ये देश की राजनीति ना जाने कहां से कहां जा रही है। क्या तुमने कभी उतरने की कोशिश की इस राजनीति में? मेरे हिसाब से देश की इस युवा को आज राजनीति में उतरना चाहिए और बताना चाहिए कि हम देश की युवा 14 से लेकर 40 वर्ष के आयु तक के लोग इस देश में कितना सुधार कर सकते हैं, इस देश में वह नया स्तर दे सकते हैं। हम इस देश का जोश है, हम आने वाला भविष्य है। हम कैसे भूल जाते हैं कि देश के युवा को स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कितनी शिद्दत से ये जाके कहा था कि मेरे देश के युवा इस देश के कई युवाओं से बेहतर है। हम जोशीले हैं, हमारे खून में जो गर्मी है वो शायद कहीं ना हो, लेकिन नहीं, हमने तो देश को किसी बूढ़े भेड़िए के हाथ में सौंप रखा है, जो या तो खुद मंत्री बन बैठता है या तो अपने किसी चेले को मंत्री बना बैठता है। फिर बाद में वही भ्रष्टाचार करते हैं तो हम कहते हैं कि अरे वाह ये हुआ, अरे वाह ये वो हुआ। क्या हमने कभी सोचा कि हम क्यों ना इस राजनीति में उतरे, हम क्यों ना उसको साफ करने की कोशिश करें? नहीं महोदय, इस देश ने अब अपने इस यहाँ के युवाओं ने अपने देश से प्रेम करना ही छोड़ दिया है। सोचते हैं कि जात पात में बढ़ जाएंगे, सोचते हैं कि हिंदू मुस्लिम हो जाएंगे, सोचते हैं कि ब्राह्मण जाट सब अलग हो जाएंगे। एक रहकर साथ रहना सीखो। जहां तक बात आती है चुनाव की, चुनाव के वक्त कई युवा ने तो अपने वोटर आईडी कार्ड तक नहीं बना रखे हैं महोदय। उनको ऐसा लगता है क्या ही हो जाएगा वोटर आईडी कार्ड बनाकर, क्या ही कर लेंगे हम देश को एक चुनाव में एक नया मंत्री खड़ा कर। और हाँ महोदय, मैं इस बात पे आपका ध्यान भी आकर्षित करना चाहूंगी कि जो युवा खड़ा होना चाहते हैं उनको भी ये देश कहती है कि ये युवा तो सिर्फ मजे के लिए बना हुआ है। तुम्हें पता है उसने क्या कर्म किए हैं, क्या नहीं किया है? भगत सिंह और चंद्रशेखर आजाद जैसे लोगों ने हमें बताया है कि इस देश को सुधारने के लिए राजनीति में उतरना जरूरी है। नहीं उतरोगे तो देश का भविष्य अंधकार में लेके जाओगे तुम। इसी शब्दों के साथ मैं विराम देते हुए आप सभी से यही कहना चाहूंगी, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी लोगों से, कि देश को किसी बूढ़े भेड़िए के हाथ में बेचने से अच्छा है खुद उतर के देश का स्तर बढ़ाए तथा अपने जीवन में एक अलग करियर विकल्प भी लेकर आए। धन्यवाद महोदय।
So next participant from lot number 36. Representing from the lot number 36. 36.
Hail to political party 1. Hail to political party 2. We will break chairs. Oh, we will break more chairs. We have the youth, the building blocks of India. Let us use them to burn down our trains and buses. Top of the noon to the respected committee members, to the colorful audience, and also to the co-contestants. I'm contestant number 36, and today I would like to grab this honorable opportunity to speak on the topic, youngsters should involve in politics for better India. Politics. The definition of politics, our Indians have changed it like beautifully. Now it is no more a service, it is acquisition of power, showing your power to the weaker sections. That is not politics. If you glance at the political situation of India, the political situation is getting deteriorated day by day. The true politicians are getting faded away. And on the bright side, if you see, India is having 19% of the youth population, which is the 1/5 of the population of this world. With this much amount of human resource and capital, India must be reaching heights. But no, we are still a developing country. Yes, of course, youth are the blue blood of the nation. They are the building blocks of this nation. Youth are the social agents which will bring change in the society. But in case of this service which we call politics, the greedy true greedy politicians have used their lust for power and dominated like anything else. They have not allowed the youth and the weaker people to enter into the politics at all. The feeling of patriotism got replaced with familism, casteism, nepotism also. This is what the politics right now in India is being dominated by. And if you come, people say India is one of the biggest democratic country, isn't it? What is democracy? Here, the people have the power in their hands to choose to elect a representative who will do service to you, not show his power to you. But what is happening in our democratic country? Half of the people are not voting. If you come to the statistics, they're appalling. There is acute shortage of energy, vigor, and enthusiasm in politics. According to the Election Commission of India, back then in the year of 2009, only 58.17% people voted. So you see, 50% of the nation is deciding the fates of 1.3 billion people. Such a big nation, and shame to us. If you see, the youth is right now getting backer and backer. They want situations to cherish and attract them. You are having the basic right to vote. The Indian Constitution has given us the right from the age 18 itself. But no, we know to drink from the age of 21, but you don't drink at 21, you drink from before. We know to marry at the age of 21. We know to drive at the age of 18, but we don't know to vote. Having a voter ID card will make you Indian, okay. But casting right vote will make you a responsible citizen. So with this going on, I would like to tell, what is the topmost selling beverage in our country? Tea, isn't it? We all enjoy tea at different parts of our day. So let us consider the milk is boiled, this much amount of milk with this much amount of tea powder. With this perfect mixture, you get the perfect blend of tea. The taste is really good. We all enjoy tea. Similarly, here the tea powder represents the experience of the wise person. And the boiled milk represents the ignited minds of the youth. If these two get in perfect mixture, how the tea is coming out, similarly, our political system will bloom like anything. And once the political system improves, the youth, what I can say, going on with, if the political system blooms, the youth will be attracted. Obviously, the places which are cherished, which are attractive, that's the places we get attracted to, right? And once the youth is in the politics, let me disclose you how they can empower the Indian political system. Firstly, you can see voluntarily our Indian youth is doing service to the nation in many forms. NYK, Nehru Yuva Kendras, NSS. And if you see National Cadet Corps, NCC, in many forms, we are already doing service. What about if this majority of the energy is channelized towards politics? But no, there are also extremities forming, Naxalism, terrorism. If this amount of energy, misguided youth in alcohol, drugs, if this youth is channelized towards politics, imagine what heights India can achieve. Next thing, if you come to civic enforcement, the people will be more accountable towards the nation to give service to the nation. And another thing is, youth have innovative thinking. They will let the technology diffuse in a more faster fashion. So I feel there must be a perfect blend of the wisdom and the youth. And I would like to close my speech by telling everyone within us has a superpower to change this world. Thank you for the opportunity.
It was lot number 36 before we break for lunch. So let us take break for lunch. So we will reassemble at 1:45.
tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire धीरे ना धीरे ना तुम तरन धीरे ना धीरे ना तुम तरन धीरे ना धीरे ना तुम तरन धीरे ना धीरे ना उदन की तदन धीर तन धीरे ना उदन की तदन धीर तन धीरे ना धीर तनो धनो धनो धीरे ना धीर तनो धनो धनो तुम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना 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 उदन धीर तन धीर तन धीरे ना उदन धीर तन तुम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना 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 उदन धीर तदन धीर तन धीरे ना उदन धीर तदन धीर तन धीरे ना धीर तनो धनो धनो धीरे ना धीर तनो धनो धनो तुम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना 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 उदन धीर तन धीर तन धीरे ना उदन धीर तन तुम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना तुम तन धीरे ना धीरे ना तुम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना तुम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना उदन धीर तदन धीर तन धीरे ना उदन धीर तदन धीर तन धीरे ना धीर तनो धनो धनो धीरे ना धीर तनो धनो धनो धीरे तुम तनन धीरे ना धीरे tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano tano tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana धीरे ना धीरे ना तोम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना तोम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरे ना उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरे ना धीम तनो धनो तनो धीरे ना धीम तनो धनो तनो धीरे तोम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना 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 उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरे ना उदन धीम तदन तोम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना 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 उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरे ना उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरे ना धीम तनो धनो तनो धीरे ना धीम तनो धनो तनो धीरे तोम तनन धीरे ना धीरे ना 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 उदन धीम तदन धीम तन धीरे ना उदन धीम तदन tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire 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 na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire 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 na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana.
Please let me know those who are participating in the second round of quiz. Will complete their elocution and then we'll send. I was told, no, again, Lakshminarayan Reddy told me that one person approached him that he is in the quiz second round. Amal Bhartinendra, it's fine then. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Quiz will last only for 45 minutes or maximum 1 hour. They can come and then perform here. Yes. Okay. Okay, 1 nimsha. Hello. Hello. Repeatedly we have informed and it is decided in the team managers meet that elocution will be only in English. Despite that, one participant has spoken in Hindi. So that
tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana. Tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire na dhim tano 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 tadhire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana.
Participant to come on to the dais, please.
Tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na.
So we have next participant. She is representing from the team 37. Lot number 37.
Swami Vivekananda said, "My hope of the future lies within the youth of this country, the youth of character and intelligence, the youth serving the country, sacrificing their lives for the betterment of the country." A very warm and pleasant afternoon to everyone present here, reverend jury members, respected professors, and all my co-participants. I, code number 37, is standing up here to speak up on the topic, youngsters should be involved in politics for better India. India is a very young country. 1 out of 4 people in this country are like you and me, within less than 30 years of age. According to the statistics, we are living in an amazing world where 50% of the population in India is not even less than 25, and 65% of the population not even 35, not even under the age of 35. Now, the active participation of the youth in the politics has been a burning topic in India. When we see this, question crosses our mind that, such as, even when the politicians with a vast knowledge of governance in the country are here and were unable to do changes in the country, then how can these newcomers can do that? The second and the most common question that arises is that how can these newcomers can do a change to the world, change to India, when they have zero experience? Our political spectrum is filled with leaders who have exceeded the age of retirement. Isn't it ironic that every job in the world is having a retirement age except for these politicians? Now, let me give you some examples of young politicians who are working for the betterment of India. For example, Aditya Thackeray, Revaba Jadeja, Aish Ghosh, Dushyant Chautala, Vikramaditya Singh, and many more. Now, I would like to say that it is very sad to hear that only 12% of this world population, India's population, is involved in this politics. Then what are the factors that are pulling away this young generation to enter into the politics? Well, there are few reasons for this, I will say. Firstly, I'll call it a feeder line to politics. Meaning, you are born into a political family, you have a strong political background, you maintain that political background, you sustain the stream, you take the leverage to enter into the politics very smoothly. Fair, fine. It sounds so lucrative, right? Now, but it is not useful, it is bad for the common youth, because we don't decide the family we are born into. The second is the economical problem. The money required to face the elections, the money required to fight the elections. The third one is the negative perception of the people. High risk factors, no muscle power. Then, now we all know that the youth is frustrated and irritated with the governance of the country. Let us see a live example. We all are students. We have gone through various entrance examinations, right? And every year, the paper pattern keeps on changing. Aren't we all suffering from it? Aren't we all? Next, various papers are leaking day by day, conducted by various governments. Isn't it bad for us? The problem of poverty, discriminations, the problem of unemployment, education system screwing up with the futures of the students with its pathetic standard. This is all happening while we are having the politicians with 40 years of experience. Why this is happening? Now, I would like to end with this point that remember, my friends, India is changing very rapidly. So now we have to decide how we can contribute to the betterment of the country. Do we have the perseverance? Do we have the courage to fight for the betterment of the country? Thank you, Jai Hind.
It is 38. Lot number 38. Next participant. Ready?
Good morning to one and all present here. Today, I wish Good morning to one and all present here. Today, I, roll number 38, wish to present my thoughts on the topic, the involvement of youth in politics for a better India. Politics is a very important aspect in a society. It is very significant. It plays a very significant role in the decision making and the development of our country. But unfortunately, the youth, we feel like it's more of a dirty game. It's more of, it constitutes of crime, corruption, and nepotism. And it's true. More than half of the population of our country is constituted by youth. And in Lok Sabha, we only get 12% of the members are below the age of 30. Most of them have political backgrounds. Now, you might ask me, why should we give you a chance? What do you have? Knowledge, experience? It comes with age. The only thing you're good at is with technology and scrolling on your phone all day. That's what my mom says when she scolds me when I don't study. But I have a few reasons. First, we have very innovative minds. There are many innovative minds going to waste. They are not being put to proper use. They are not being used for the right purpose. We perceive the society, we don't perceive the society as the society wants us to perceive it. We observe and then we think about it, and that's how we form our perception of the society. Second, we have a lot of energy and a lot of strength. And believe me, I know, I live in boys hostel. We have a lot of energy, and if it would just be used at the proper place, at a proper direction, it can influence many people. It can help the country become more prosperous. The third reason is, if you ever hear of politics, politics is not just about winning an election. It never was. If you think that this is the definition of politics, it got twisted along the way. Political voice is basically, you can have a political voice. You can have a voice which represents the people. You can spread your message. You can spread a beautiful message which can turn into a movement which could improve the lives of thousands, if not hundreds, people. And the last reason is, as the citizens of this country, as the citizens of this beautiful country that we live in, you have the right and the responsibility as a citizen. You should understand the fact that the policies being made by the government will affect you directly or indirectly at some point of time. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but at some point of the time, they will affect you. And for that, you need to have a proper understanding and you need to properly participate in the decision-making process. Thank you for listening. You have been a wonderful audience.
There is 39. He is going to expect from.
A fanatical afternoon and a heartful namaste to all the soulful people present over here. Well, youngsters, who are they? Yes, they are those people who drink, smoke, and misbehave with girls. Yes, youngsters are those people who do reels on Instagram and with a ample of bags, shopping bags in their hands. Aren't they youngsters? Wait, no, they aren't the youngsters. 75 years ago, we Indians used to produce cotton, but today we are making rockets. Who are those youngsters? Vikram Sarabhai, APJ Abdul Kalam. Well, a few years ago, we were called just priests, but today we are very well known as the pride of Asia, PV Sindhu, and welcoming to Neeraj Chopra. Well, we were tagged as third world country and the whole world started to pronounce India. What? But today, we are the runners and rulers of the world. Satya Nadella and Sundar Pichai. Who are they? Aren't they the youngsters? Yes. Well, coming much more into this. I know about one person. What he did was, he directly went and killed his mama called Kansa. Why? To make people understand that good will always win over evil. Yes, who was he? He's a youngster of 16 years, Sri Krishna. Well, there was another person. Without even asking a single question, he went into forest to kill the cruelty going on over there along with his guru, Vishwamitra. Who is he? A youngster of 19 years, Sri Rama. Well, our India has been place of such prominent kings and leaders, not the politicians. Remember the word leaders. We are filled with politicians. India has seen many politicians. Well, it was Sunday morning. I went to kitchen with my mom and said, Mama, I want to become a politician. My mother's reaction was, what? No. Yes, this is what happening with the word politician. If I could have said the word, Mama, I want to become a leader, she would have been, go with it, beta. You can do it. You will be a good one in that. The current generation, the youngsters are good at it. They can be the progressive leaders. They can be the participative leaders. While if we go to some people which are like above 40 years, they can't be probably the participative leaders mentally or physically. Well, the most important thing about youngsters is their concentration on the vision. When once they've fixed their goal, just like Arjuna has fixed his goal on the eye of fish, in the same way, youngsters fix their goal, sharp point, and hit that point one day in the same way. And youngsters never hesitate to question their point. Questioning their point is the most important thing in developing any society, either it is a country or it is any other nation. Well, if we see examples of specifically restricted to politicians, Rajiv Gandhi has been the youngest prime minister of India. What did he do? Well, telecommunications. He's said to be the father of telecommunications development in India. Well, if we come to the South India, we have seen Tejaswi Surya, who has been the most sweet and non-corruptive leader yet again. Well, leaders doesn't just mean, politics doesn't just mean or restricted to the MLA, MP or something else. Even we have IAS officers. Srishti Deshmukh, Akash Jain, the youngest superheroes who've been inspiring much more younger people to be so progressive. Well, politics involves also another thing, that is voting. We need to understand whom to select, whom not to select. So situation is ours, decision is ours, and future is ours. So let's make it. We don't need politicians. We'll need leaders and will become that. Thank you.
got lot number 40.
Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is achieved is a famous quote by Swami Vivekananda. But let me enlighten it more by adding a one more word. Arise, awake, stop not till the nation's goal is not achieved. A very pleasant afternoon to respected jury members, my dear young leaders, and my dear audience. This is lot number 40 signing in. Let me start with a question. How many of you want to become the politicians? Maybe one or two hands are there. But we always criticize the rank politicians for the minuscule thing they do. But what about the thing we can do? We are always calling for the change, and change. But are we able to take it on our own shoulders to make the change? Yes, the youth of India. The youth of India is powerful. They are enthusiastic. Have you ever seen a politician who is gonna win the election, or after winning the election, he shows up like this? It means if you are draining down, then he will lead you up. But what if the politician is a youth, is a youngster? Then he will show it like this, that I will maintain my country and the people of country at the top of the notch. Let me take you to the ship of a time travel. When I was a kid, when I was 7 years old, then I used to ask my dad, like, Papa, what should I become in the future? Like, what is the most powerful thing in India? What is the most powerful job in India? Then he used to say me teacher, because he is himself a teacher. Then I used to ask, no, more powerful than being a teacher. Then he used to say, okay, become a civil servant. Then I was keep on asking, like, what is the most powerful thing in the world? Then he used to say government. And then I keep on smiling and saying, I want to become the government. But the 7-year kid was not aware what is government and how it works. But when I turned to as a youngster, then he used to keep me involving in the political debates and political things, and teaching me the political things, how the politics works, how the government works. But let me show you one thing. The reflection of confidence in the eye of a youngster with a creative mindset as well as enthusiasm is the only way to solve the problems of 21st century. Why we need youngsters? No one is able to make this question. Why we need youngsters? We need youngsters because the problems are from the 21st century, and the reasons and the solutions will be given by the people of 21st century itself. Let me take to a merry-go-round of statistics. Out of 65% population is 35 years old, like 35 years below in India. But what about the Lok Sabha? Only 12% are young. Let me give you one more. What about in 1989? We reduced the age of voting from 21 to 18. Why? Why we reduced it? We reduced it because our government trusts us. We are mature enough to select our leader. It's not about always becoming a politician to create a better India. It's about choosing your politician wisely and effectively so that it can lead you, he or she can lead you to a better India. Okay, as I would like to conclude my topic with a thing that participation of a youngster in the politics should not be a token gesture. It should be involved fully, because if it gonna happen again and again that you are considering the participation as a token, then there will be creating a huge gap between the structure of governance and the consumer of governance, and leading to disappointment, higher level of disappointment. Let me quote a thing from Franklin D. Roosevelt. He said, we can't build a future for a youth, but we can build a youth for a future. And I just want to tell you all that destroy the perception of dirty politics in your mind, create a niche of healthy politics, the creating politics, the enthusiastic politics in your mind, and be the next Subhash Chandra Bose of this country. Jai Hind, live long India.
number 41. Yes, sir.
Yanisha sarva bhutanam tashyam jagrata samyam. Tashyam jagrata bhutanam sanisha pashyato mune. A beautiful verse from the Bhagavad Gita which says when a person attains a certain level of introspective ability, he gets the ability to see light even when the whole world is filled with heart of darkness. This ability is hidden in every young mind. A small ignition is enough to get the lamp lit. Greetings, everyone. Youth should participate in politics to have an optimistic result in the betterment of nation. People just take this line and kind of compare it with the current situation. You can actually pen out a tagline for a nation. India, our nation is young, but our leaders aren't. Please don't think I'm actually having a I'm not criticizing the present elder leaders. I'm not saying the elders are kind of inefficient. But what I'm trying to say is, don't you think having an alkrit youth along with experienced elders will be having an optimistic result? The today's youth are filled with swiftness, briskness. They have sharp mind. They have the ability to kind of mobilize mobs. They have the ability to convince people. Whereas elders have the ability to kind of have a calm and composed state everywhere. They have the ability to think a lot before taking a decision. Moreover, the experience of an elder is the age of a youngster. It is always good to have an optimistic ratio of both youngsters and elders in the politics. So what do I mean by this proportion? How to measure or how to determine it for a nation? Dr. Paul Hewood, Office Dean of School of Politics and International Relations, University of Nottingham, he says that legislators should be drawn from every sector of the society, irrespective of any type of variance. Parliament of a nation should kind of be like a microcosm of the entire society. It should be a proper representative sample, especially in terms of age. It should kind of reflect the views and demographics of the society. This is what I meant by actually having a proper balance in the ratio. Are we actually having it, people? Especially in India, just have the median age of a nation is around 29, but the median age of a parliament is around 57. It is not even kind of, if you're thinking it is normal and it is only kind of limited to our nation. No, it is a global issue. The average age of a world MP is 53. Just guess what is the youngest parliament in the nation? It is the Armenian parliament. It is not 25 or 30, their average age. Even their average age is 40. This is actually a global issue, especially for countries like India, where youth kind of constitute almost 65% of the population, less than 35. It is actually, I would like to term it as a crisis, because as time proceeds, we actually get new problems, which mandatorily requires the conclusions and considerations of the present youth. How many politicians today are actually youth? You know, you can just name few. Jyotiraditya Scindia, you have Akhilesh Yadav, you have Sachin Pilot, you have Annamalai, you have kind of just very few people. And one of the most important personality which I have to quote here is late Miss Sushma Swaraj. She took and became the youngest ever cabinet minister of Haryana at the age of 25. This is the vigor we are actually expecting, but it is absent today. So what we can do this? If you see from another point of view, it is not like youth are not even participating in politics. They are participating, but in an informal way, I used to call it. What do you mean by informal way? You go to any MLA, councillor, minister, half of the workers working under him or helper will definitely be under the age of 35. Most of the youngsters work as party worker, or they're compromised to something like member of a youth wing. This should change. We need youngsters to take formal positions. That's what we actually need to increase the percentage of youth participation in politics. We have to change this, but it's actually not easy as it. There's a lot of barriers. One of the main barrier is the people. Today's people are ready to accept 1,500 rupees instead of kind of selecting a postdoctoral electoral candidate. People are selling their day at a rate of 1 rupee, 2 rupee to a random politician rather than selecting a candidate. What I'm talking about, bribe. People are kind of betraying their own youngsters. This should change. Only when this changes, we can bring new solutions. Some solutions include kind of creating youth parliament, as it is in a lot of nations. Or we can get reservations for youth in parliament for some few 2 to 3 elections, so that it kind of says as a kickstart for next processes. These kind of things will definitely encourage and will definitely solve the crisis which we're actually facing now. Thank you all.
Hello. So he's representing from lot number 45. Lot number 45.
If I give you a cart with old rotten wheels, would you risk putting your fresh produce on it to take it to your destination? Would you risk trying to gain speed so that you reach it faster? Because you know the moment you do it, you're risking those wheels will break and take that fresh produce with it. An obvious answer would be no, I would not. I would at least attach new wheels to it. And that's what India needs to do. Because unfortunately, India is young, but its leaders aren't. My afternoon greetings to everybody present here. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be able to present my views on the topic that youngsters should be involved more in politics so that our India becomes a better one. Psychologically, it has been observed that young minds are very fresh and have a very high achievement motivation because they are free from a lot of the culturally defined cognitive learning and from their immediate environment. So they don't have cognitive expectations from the consequences of different actions. This also allows them to stay volatile and subject their decisions to a change. Definitely in such a fast track world where we are not only growing and developing, but we are in an age of transformation, we need such fresh, active and potential minds to lead the generations. But what is the case right now? Only 1.65% of parliamentarians, not only in India, but all over the world are in their 20s. If we talk about India, in Indian parliament, the average ratio always circulates around 12 to 13%, and that's just only for parliamentarians who are under the age of 40, forget even about 20s. So are we really risking the decisions of the lives of 50% of our population in the hands of people who are living in a present that is long gone? Or should we increase the representation of those people so that their issues are brought on the table? Definitely, we need to bring youth to these political institutions. Why? Because youth is the most underrepresented group in formal political institutions, and yet the political decisions that are taken in any country impact youth the most. And we need to understand that the most because our average age is 29. We are one of the youngest countries of the world, and we also have the largest youth pool of the world. My social science teacher used to tell me that every year the population of an Australia is added to the population of India. Can you even imagine how much of the youth is being added to India every year? And yet it is people in their 50s who prefer the ease of their home than the excitement of danger, who are deciding our fate. They are stuck to the issues of their time. So what do we need to do? There's a very simple code that we need to follow. It's a 3-step code: representation, integration, and advocacy. Let's talk about representation. A lot of my opponents who came before me gave very beautiful examples of various young politicians throughout our history and the modern times. They also gave examples throughout various fields of youngsters achieving such marvelous things. Well, my question is, why is that inspiration not doing enough? The problem is that in our real life scenario and in our practical life, we are being exposed to the negatives of politics more than to the positives of it. If you ask any youngster, they will say that politics is like this entity which comprises of drama, delusion, and decoration. Politics comprises of nepotism and shouting. But they don't understand that politics is actually the medium on which a democracy especially is governed. Politics provides us the table on which we can sit and present our issues. So we need to bring that representation to the parliament. We need to integrate those people into the parliament. And that does not mean that we need to remove elders from that equation. Why? Because the new age ideas of young people can be refined with the experience of the older people. And that is how we can find much more solid solutions, because sometimes you need to go back in time. And also, we need to advocate our issues. We need to advocate the issues of our generation. So, in the end, I would like to quote the words of John F. Kennedy. We need to rely on our youth, because today's world cannot submit to the past. Today's world needs to submit to the present, and we need youth, which is a temper of will. It is not a state of mind. It is a temper of will. It is an excitement for danger. Thank you.
Next, I invite next participant, please. Lot number 25, the lower number. Jury, please note it. 25.
Nelson Mandela once said, "The youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow." A very good afternoon to all of you present here. I, lot number 25, standing in front of you, have got the golden opportunity to read forth my views on this wonderful topic. I am very glad and privileged to standing with all these lovely minds. The minds which are full of ideas, the minds which are full of energy, the minds which have the zeal to change the world. And these are the same minds which followed Gandhi and led us to independence, and broke the chains of slavery. We've done this before, we will do this again. From Swami Vivekananda, whose mesmerized speech in Chicago in 1893 broke all the chains of slavery, gave new concepts, became the new beacon light in modern times, to Adi Shankaracharya, the inspirational life of Adi Shankaracharya. From people's leader Jai Prakash Narayan in Bihar movement, or famous JP movement, who fought against the corruption of the government with nothing but the student council of that particular party. We are talking about Praful Mahant, which is the CM of Assam. He was elected CM of Assam 2 times. He was also the youth. They have done miraculous work. Again, we will do miraculous work. Talking of modern times, from Chavi Rajawat, who standed from making the Sarpanch to representing in UN, we have done many things. We are here in the modern era, in which more than 54% of population is below 25 years age old. And still the most political spectrum of our country is filled with old age people. The people who don't have much energy, who don't have much ideas to transform us, to make us a gloriful nation. Maybe these nations are good. I understand experience is much needed. But at that time, the need of the hour is nothing but the young minds of the country that will make our dreams come true. But nothing like that will happen, because many of the people, despite having so much achievements, always fear of this cumbersome responsibility of these political fights. We always done this. We will done this again too. All the nations, all the people. In India, the average age is 29 years, which is the lowest. In US, it is 37. In China, it is 40. We are getting the responsibility to make our nation pride. For instance, you will be shocked to know that in 2014, India elected its oldest ever parliament with an average age of 60. And today, currently also the average age is 56 years. with only 12 MPs below the age of 30. And you know what? These 12 MPs are also from very high supported political families like Jyotiraditya Scindia, etc. Still, they are doing so. And according to the report of Economist Intelligence Unit on the state of democracy 2021, India is categorized into flawed democracy with a rank of 46, with least points in political culture in a country. Standing here, I can also say that we are still lag behind in terms of political culture. It is the correct time that we should know that what is correct. We are the forerunners of this country. We have to make this country develop. We are the harbingers of new country, new India, developed India, better India. We have to make it happen again. We have to do it. And we, with the support of our people, can do it. We are the harbingers. We can do it in the age of Amrit Kal. We also know that many facts are there, many facts supporting the people. But why? Why in a country like India, where 54% of population is below 25 years of age, which is home of more than 22% of global youth population, and where every 1 in 3 individual is a youth, we just stand at 122 out of 132 countries in New Global Youth Development Index. We stand at 132 in New Human Development Index. We just stand at 136 in World Happiness Index. With the highest workforce of the world, we can do it in the politics in the world. All and all, I just want to say it as a youngster, a people of this nation, that we have to do it again, make India a better place again. Thank you and have a great day.
He is representing the team 44. Double four. Ma'am, please.
If there is righteousness in the heart, there will be beauty in the character. If there is beauty in the character, there will be harmony in the home. If there is harmony in the home, there will be order in the nation. When there is order in the nation, there will be peace in the world. Good afternoon to everyone present here. The topic is India should involve politics for a better India. Yes, we all know that India is a very young democratic country with the largest youngsters in the country. We all know that youngsters belong to the age group of 14 to 40 years of age. And these youngsters are being the most powerful physically and mentally in terms of all for the fundamental development in all aspects of the nation as well as the well-being. They consider to be the backbone of the youth, backbone of the nation in terms of all aspects. When you consider these youths or the youngsters are playing a major role in terms of development in every aspects of life, in each and every aspect in terms of development as well as for the betterment. What I see is that these youngsters play a major role. We are experiencing a lot of problems in today's life. It is the youngsters who are playing major role to come up with new ideas and innovations so that we can solve all this problem in all aspects. If you take the statistical scenario, we see that India is having about 50% of the population below 20 years of age and about some 65% of the population in about 30 years, less than 30 years of average age of 56 years in Lok Sabha, and in that 12 MPs are less than 25 years of age, and about 71 MPs are at an age of less than 30 years of age, constituting 13% of the ratio. With this statistical scenario, we are in a deliberate need of these young leaders for personalizing the morality as well as the independence in terms of everything. The diligence that we need from the youngsters is very important. In terms of all these, youngsters play a major role. When you see there is a drastic change from independence. So Mahatma Gandhi, for the freedom movement, he has encouraged a lot of young, great, energetic leaders like Nehru, as well as the Bhagat Singh, who play a major role in all aspects. They feel enthusiasm as well as the energy to the youngsters so that they can bloom up in every aspect. When you see this, youngsters in politics is most important in terms of idea as well as innovations needs to be brought about, as well as the enthusiasm is very much required for the betterment of the society as well as the nation. When you take the policies that has been brought about for the youngsters is very important in terms of education system. Most of the universities as well as students, what the problems are being facing, it is only the youngsters who can come up with these problems so that various policies can be brought about in various aspects. When you see these youngsters are very much accessible to these politics, how could it be possible so that the negativeness or the negotiations can be erased out easily in various aspects? As well as it is in a broad sense, when you see it is the civic engagement that takes place in a youth, not the political engagement. That is the community services that needs to be taken place by each and every youth. Taking a very good example, the drastic changes that took place in COVID-19 pandemic, it was the statistical reported that it was the youngsters who are at the topmost level for the development in all aspects as well as to overcome this COVID. In all aspects, what I say is that in order to come up for a betterment of the society is very important that these youngsters play a major role in all aspects of their life. In order to know about the benefits in all ways, we also have to see the challenges what the youngsters are being facing in these politics. So mainly the impatientness that the youngsters are being facing as well as to overcome the battle is one of the lucrative that thing that makes the youngsters to push away from these politics. So this is one of the aspects where it plays a major role. Along with that, it also plays a major role that the relevantness or the recklessness and the violences that the youngsters are being placing, making them move away from the politics. With all these, what I say that youngsters are being a challenge to corruption. It is somewhere in all of us to change the power in the world. It is for a dynasty, it is not just the king and the clever minister. It is a very good soldiers that is required to fight the battle. It is not the betterment of the youth, but also you need to change for the generation in the future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Participant from lot number 46.
5 days ago, I came across a children playing in a garden. And then there was this particular boy who caught my attention. He was very stubborn and blocked the entire path, did not let the younger ones to move. He reminded me exactly of the Indian politics, where the youngster do not get any opportunity to forge ahead. But what they are forgetting is that politics is the outcome of contributions of the youth and aged judgment. With this, I wish one and all present here a very warm good afternoon, highly revered jury members, esteemed teachers, and all my dear brothers and sisters. I express my heartiest gratitude before all of you to have given me this golden opportunity to speak a few words on this burning topic of today's world, contributions of youth in India for a better future. Well, India is the youngest demography with about 65% population less than 35 years of age, but sadly, with one of the lowest representation of youth in the houses. These young minds stretch their limits to change the world, but bringing about the fundamental alterations in the governance of a country, this young population should move ahead to a place where it really matters. Yes, the Indian legislature. Today's youth are really motivated. They are creative, confident, cognizant, educated, and have a broader perspective of thinking about different matters. They are well versed in various languages. They are social media savvy, digitally literate, and above all, has a wider vision. This Generation Z is very vocal about their problems and equally enthusiastic in providing the solutions. These are the characters that is required of a politician, a leader, to make our country a better place to live in. Even the annals of history can clearly state the contribution of youths for the betterment of the country. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose have sacrificed their youth for building a constructive future of India. I would like to give example of Finland, the happiest country in the world with youngest prime minister, Marines, who took the office at the age of 34 years. Similarly, if opportunity is given to the Indian youth, they can even voice their concern and take part in the policy making about the issues like education, employment, and social stigmas like LGBTQ plus community, representations of minorities, gender inequality, racism, even environmental issues, etc., to make the world a better place. Gerontocracy is never impressive, but aged people, no entry in politics is a misinterpretation when we talk about involvement of youth in politics, because it has always been in the Indian culture to respect our elders, to take their advice. Hence, this experience of the aged politicians with the energy of the youth can do miracles. When there is light, there will be shadow. We say politics is dirty, but we as a youth should get into this mud and clean the dirt like dynastic democracy to make our India shine like the golden bird again. There is a saying that standing at a football is grazing at the sky. How can you get a ball if you never try? Therefore, it is high time for all of us to come out of the darkened wall of ignorance to the lighted wall of knowledge and march ahead into the world of real politics to make our country the cradle of all civilization, where hatred and animosity would be driven out forever. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Can I start?
Lot number 47. You remember? Can you start? Right.
Who are youths? According to Wikipedia, the young people between the age of 15 to 35 years are youth. According to Congress, the 52 years old Rahul Gandhi is still youth. But according to me, the people who are full of ideas, energy, enthusiasm, and have the strength to accomplish whatever they want are youth. A very good afternoon to one and all present over here, respected judges and the youth sitting over here. Today, I am here to present the topic of elocution, that is, youngsters should be involved in politics for a better India. India proudly says that it is a young and democratic country. More than half of its population is youngsters. So, it's imperative for the youngsters to have an active role in policy making of the nation. Youngsters are foresighted. They are more adaptive and accepting towards the new changes. Youngsters are full of energy, enthusiasm, and they are the most powerful, both mentally and physically. Most of the political parties have their own groups. For example, Indian Youth Congress and ABVP, that is Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad at the universities level. What are their importance? They play a very important role by building the leadership quality in those students so that they will be able to represent the people they stand for. What do you mean by politics in students' life? What is the role of politics in students' life? Students need the politics at every stage of their life. For example, we have seen the class monitors when we were in school. We have seen the college presidents when we were in universities. And then we see the CM, PM, and other ministers when we grew up. However, by youth representation, we doesn't mean by bearing the senior members of the politics, because they have seen a long history and they had the experience holders in this field. We just require a proper balance between the representation and the power sharing arrangement between them. Let me introduce you to Jomna Sara from the Himachal, who was the youngest Sarpanch in India at the age of 22 in 2016. She have done the significant work in the village that make her to give the title of the best Sarpanch. She was also awarded by the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. There are several examples across the world that show the active involvement of youngsters in the politics. For example, Sanna Marina, the Prime Minister of Finland, was just 34 years old when she took over the charge. By seeing the history of Indian politics after independence, in my opinion, age is not a very important factor when it comes to politics and leadership. In my opinion, Indian youngsters can and will take India towards the global leadership and excellence. And at last, I wish that when we will go to vote the next time, we will see more names of youngsters who are willing to make India a better place to live in. At last, I want to say that better the youth, better the nation. Thank you and have a good day.
Please represent the team 48.
Good afternoon to everyone over here. My slot number is 48. I would like to share my viewpoints on today's electrician topic. Youngsters should be involved in politics for better India. There is no globally accepted definition for youth. Even the aged politicians in India are regarded as the youth representatives. In my opinion, youngsters are the people who can be attributed as the age group with full of ideas, energy, and enthusiasm. They have strength to accomplish whatever he or she wanted to do. We are living in a democratic country. We are living in a free nation, guys. Today's India's population has the largest youth all over the world. Yet, it is also the group which is least represented in the politics. Our India has a population of about 1.3 billion, out of which 1/5 of the population is occupied by the youth. According to a statistical survey, 65% of the Indian population has the age group of people under 35 years. Yet, only 6% of the Indian ministers and Indian leaders are under the age of 35 years. And our current Lok Sabha has only 12% of the young leaders. What is the reason behind youngsters not getting into the Indian politics? First one is, which is really happening in our India, is it's all about money, honey. Without money, no politics are going to happen in our India. And the second one is the leaders of the children are getting more popular rather than the youngsters who just entered into the politics with their own hard work rather than hierarchy. And the third one is the corrupted leaders, the greedy politicians, and even the nepotism in the politics of India is creating youngsters least interested to participate in the politics. I would like to highlight on the points what are the different kinds of reasons for getting youngsters, what will be the reasons for betterment of India, of youngsters getting into the politics. First is the Indian youth have the constructive vision over the future. It is a fact that they have achieved different kinds of milestones in different sectors. They can even achieve milestones in politics too. Secondly, it has been 75 years since independence. We are following the same scenario from the starting. It's time for the change. The youth should get into the politics. They have to create change in their community. They have to create change in their state. They have to create change to our country. And participation of youth in the politics can bring a good communication between the common people and the leaders, as our population is full of youth. And the decision-making capacity of the young politicians is very effective rather than that of the aged representative, because he has a good vision over social media, innovative thinking, energetic and enthusiasticness of an youth. And now I would like to throw light on the benefits of youngsters getting into the politics for better India. Youth for the youth. We can see that whole world is looking at as the India is the young nation. We can see that our India has the largest youth population. The youth is facing a lot of problems. These problems can be only understood by the young representative, the young politician. Now, last but not the least, I would like to mention that youngsters can create magics in the election results. I would like to mention about a young politician named Arya Rajendran. She is a girl of 21-year-old from the Kerala. She became major at the 21-year-old. She is the representative and she became major of Kerala for Thiruvananthapuram, and she have force for ensuring primary health and good waste management in Thiruvananthapuram. And I would like to highlight the Chandrani Murmu. She is the youngest woman parliament girl. And also I would like to mention Raghav Chadda. He is the youngest man parliament. Now, thus for a dynamic change in the political scenario of India, youth is not just a desire, it's a need of the hour. We being the building blocks of our India should create a change. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Participant, please. Lot number.
A very good afternoon to the respected judges and all the people who are present here. Today, our allocation topic is youngsters should involve in the political system. Is our political system really enough or democratic? How can we say when a majority of people below 40 are electing majority of people above 62 power? Are we really satisfied by the way our country is being governed? Shouldn't it bother us that at the age when the people generally retired, our politicians become eligible for the helm of affairs? Is it good for the future of our country? Why is it the people below 50 are considered juvenile in politics? Today, we need a young leader who are energetic, enthusiastic, morally sound, and diligent. There is no doubt that our country has been improved since the independence, but I think it would have improved or progressed faster when it had a young torch bearers to light the path. Young people are fully aware about the situation of our country and across the world. If we give them full chance to change the political system, I think they will lead to the betterment of the society. Young people are not given any opportunity because they are people think that they have no any experience. But I think almost all the political parties are under the monopoly of old leaders. Old people should realize that they should give chance to the young people and get a hold of all these activities. Young people, I'm suggesting the age group of above 30 and early 40s who have a mix of experience and energy. I'm not saying that old people should leave the politics and take rest. They must be present there to provide the young people and give them guidance time to time. There must also be a proper educational qualification requisite for entering into the political system. However, how can we handle those illiterates, the key of our country, to whom even we can't handle and give the key of our houses? So I think we should not let the people who have criminal backgrounds to enter into the political system. As for the youth, I think we should they have there much chances of proper education and creating awareness. They can also participate in various NGOs and aware the whole society. At the time of independence, Mahatma Gandhi called upon the youth to lead the freedom. Many young leaders such as Nehru lead the society. But right now we have very few young leaders because young people are not interested in political field. We must remember that misguided youth can create great harm to our society. Moreover, there is a huge burden on their shoulder because youth is the future of our nation. So, youth should have a new way of thinking, new values, and the new way of life. Society should mold them according to the new thinking because old people are not thinking how the young generation are doing. Even our former president and eminent scientist Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said that youth should be a part of political system because for the betterment of states, its growth and development. So I think youth should be a part of a political system. They should be a part of huge massive flow and lead the people into the right direction. We must aware people about this and tell them that the young should be a part of politics. The future of India resides in the educational institutions through younger generation. I would like to conclude by saying that these steps would lead to nothing if our educated youth doesn't come forward and lead the society and fight for the change in the political system. As the Hindi poet said, that those who lead the who are the spectators for justice are also responsible for it. So thank you so much.
Number 50.
A pleasant afternoon to everyone. Well, a huge respect for giving us an opportunity to showcase our talent and having us speak on this topic. Well, I'll be on in 3, 2, 1. So the word politics, when the word politics comes out of nowhere, a few names pops out like Siddaramaiah, Yediyurappa, and oh wait, where are we? We are taking step back and hyping the parties like, hey, you got it. This is the current scenario of India right now. Isn't it interesting that an 18-year-old person can give a vote, but less than 25-year-old people cannot participate in the competition of election? So, and it's also like in a country, a person who is getting retirement in order to play with their grandchild is is also getting the eligibility to enter into the parliament so that he can play with their grandchild, with people. So let's start with the importance of politics, the importance of youth and politics. In our country, majority of the politicians are they're of greater than 50 years of age people. So it is not necessary that 70 years old people can lead a country more effectively. So only youth can understand the problem of youth very well. There are highest rate of unemployment, and these politicians are they're doing nothing. They're just concentrating on sending their people to abroad because they can save them for their own security. So there are a lot of crimes and this rapes going on against women, and it is increasing day after day, and these politicians are doing nothing. So once Mulayam Singh Yadav, he said in a public rally that it's not a big deal raping a woman, and the boy should not be punished for what he has done. And really, is this what all politicians have? His mentality has been about. So let's see, flipping onto the why youths are not getting into the political, he's not becoming the political leader. So let me start with the first point. All politicians are all politicians, they're going on corrupt and becoming power hunger. So let me give an example. A chief minister, before he became the chief minister of Bihar, that is Lalu Prasad Yadav, he was in a he was being in he did not have, he was in a small quarter, but later he owned 500 crore bungalows. How can a salaried person can become can make thousands of crores in just in only 10 years of his political career? So today youth is not entering into politics because of this perspective. Coming to the second point, that is the slow career growth. Why only politicians are regarded as the real deshbugs? I don't really understand this concept. The people who are selling the samosas on the road are also giving their serving this great nation. So Narendra Modi ji, he became chief minister in his 50s, and in late 60s he became the prime minister of India. He did not have any political background, but when we analyze his career growth, we realize that he did nothing other than politics in his entire life. So he took 40 years in order to become prime minister of India. So trust me, even today's youth does not he'll not try to afford his 40 years of life in order to become in order to get one thing without expecting guaranteed success. So flipping onto the negative sides, when we talk about let me take a survey of Indian youngsters, shall we? So let's see how many people of you have phone numbers of local councillors or cooperators in your cell phone right now. I guarantee you, not even 1% of you people have the phone numbers in your mobile. So let's see how many how many people could skip your movie in order to teach underprivileged people in your free times. This is really not going to happen. Our government is so insane. Okay, people are getting murdered, and journalists are getting hit on their head, but still they'll be like, okay. But when a Tantra movie is being released anywhere, they'll be like, oh my God, I'm gonna get the first ticket right now. This emotion has to be interchanged in order to change the vision towards the world. So it is also interesting that 20 years old people can become IAS and IPS officer, but he cannot represent the same area as MLA and MP. So don't you think this should be changed? Why can't they conduct exam or aptitude or any kind of other test so that we can select the good people right now? So the government has many, it is big enough to give you everything, and it is also strong enough to give you and also it can take everything. Thank you so much.
Registered? No, not yet. 42. No? 42?
A very good afternoon to all present here. I am participant number 42, and today I'll be sharing my insights on today's given topic. Participation of youth in Indian politics is essential for development of the nation. But before I begin, I'd like to iterate a quote. Hard times make strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. The reason I quoted this, I'll explain that in the last. But before that, let us understand what is happening in the present scenario. We as a nation have just surpassed China in terms of the population. Having said that, it also means that we are the youngest population, meaning that more than 65% of the population is below the age group of 35. And that is a geopolitical achievement for us. I mean, youth is capable of so much, right? But here's a catch. India is a representative democracy. Let us understand how are the youths being represented. You will be shocked to know that 65% of the youth is represented just by 2% of youth in the parliament. Out of the 543 seats in the parliament, only 71 is occupied by those below the age group of 40. If I go on to talk about their education qualifications, about only 2% of them have completed their post-graduation. About 58% of them have cleared their graduation, and around 40% of them are school dropouts, and alas, there are leaders. Now, I want you to imagine that a youth has so much of dreams, so much of aspirations. How can any of their dreams and aspirations come true if they do not have equivocal representation in the parliament, equivocal representation rather of the like-minded people in the parliament? That is truly unjust for them. One of the major reasons that I think is an impediment against the proclivity of the students towards politics is a mindset. Today, politics is associated with dirt, corruption, scum. In that case, how can I as a parent or any of you ask your child to join politics, right? Another aspect can be the aspirations of Gen Z, that is today's generation. They want a comfortable life. They want a 6-figure salary. But how many of them want to join politics and bring a paradigm shift in the social reforms? Very few of them, right? But here, I'd like you to take a pause. And I'd like you to retrospect with me. Let me take you back to the time of Lord Ram. Imagine a young Ram killing Tadakasur. Imagine a young Krishna killing Jarasan. Imagine a young Gautam Buddha preaching peace. Imagine a young Bhagat Singh being hanged to death. Imagine a young Tejasvi Surya getting elected as a member of parliament from Karnataka. Now, why did I give these examples? These examples signify that throughout the course of history, nothing is constant but change. And change has always, throughout the eons, has been brought about by the youth. And that is why we need youth in today's Indian politics. I personally feel that by joining politics, when you mingle with people, when you solve the problems, that gives you perhaps more satisfaction than what would have given you by earning a 6-figure salary in a corporate job. But where does that leave our old politicians? Let me remind you that Arjuna did not win Mahabharata along with the Pandavas just because they were good fighters, but because also they had the strength and guidance of Sri Krishna. Similarly, it is the amalgamation of the aspirations of the youth and the expectations of the adults, rather the old politicians, that will bring change in the society. And before I rest my speech, I'd like to quote Mark Twain. He rightfully said on a lighter note that politicians and diapers must be changed, all for the same reasons. Having said that, I'd rest my speech here. Thank you for being such a patient audience.
Slot number 52.
My faith is in the younger generation. The modern generation, they will fight the problems like lion. What better introduction I could give about this topic rather than quoting the words of Swami Vivekananda, who we consider the inspiration. We youths consider Swami Vivekananda as our inspiration. A very good afternoon to everyone. The representative of token number 52, it's my immense pleasure to speak on the topic, being a youth, to speak on the topic which is related to youth. Today, we, the youth, can shape and mold the present and pave the way for a better future and can build a better India. Looking at the history, the Chandragupta Maurya, at his young age, he could build an empire like Maurya, and Adi Guru Shankaracharya, Mahavira, Buddha, the social reformers could take us in the path of peace, and even in the freedom struggle, Bhagat Singh, Chandrasekhar Azad, the young blood could make the India could provide India the independence. And even in the current times, in Karnataka, the young blood like Nikhil Kumaraswamy, Prajwal Revanna, Tejasvi Surya, and Pratap Simha could, through their visions, they can dream of a better India. So we, the youth, can bring a better change in the political system of the nation. For example, we, the youth, had made a protest in Delhi against the Nirbhaya rape case, and even the protest against the corruption. These protests indicate that yes, we, the youth, can raise a voice against the wrong. So if we are given the chance to rule the government or to rule the country, or if we are given the chance to participate in the governance, then we are definitely going to make India one among the developed nation. Today's political system do not need someone who will clinch to the present without thinking about the future. Today's political system should rely on the youth who predominates courage over timidity, the youth who have a quality of imagination, and the youth who is ready to face the challenges. Considering the demographic dividend of India, India is one of the youngest nation. India is the young nation, but not its leaders. The median age of India is 29, whereas the median age of the representatives of India is 55. This indicates the Indian political system lacks enthusiasm, it lacks creativity and innovation. What makes we, the youth, hindering in participating in the political system? Is it because of nepotism? Like, I want to quote the example of our ex-Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. He was the youngest prime minister of the nation, not because of its political achievements, but only because of his political hierarchy. Or we, the youth, do not choose politics as a career option, because how many of we choose politics as a career option coming from a middle class background? If we change our attitudes towards politics, or if one person from a village participate in any of the election, then there will be a tremendous change in the political system by the youth for the better India. We, the youth, speak about the dirt in the political system, but we, the youth, should participate in the politics and should manage to keep ourselves clean and to bring transparency within the system. I like to mention about the initiatives of National Service Scheme and the initiatives of Nehru Yuva Kendriya Sangatana under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. They provide a voice to the youth of the age 18 to 25 to speak on the public issues. These age group people have a right to vote, but they are not eligible to participate in elections. So they provide a platform to speak on the public issues. Concluding my words, I would like to say that from science to society, or from sports to business, or from politics to administration, the participation of youth can bring a tremendous change in the nation. The past experience of the old and the enthusiasm of the youth can bring or can make a better India and flourish the flag. Or else, if we do not participate in the politics, then the demographic dividend will just theoretical but not practical. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Information to the jury members. I think we have finished all the members, leaving 2 or 3 numbers left. Maybe they are attending somewhere other events. So we will take 5 to 10 minutes break, madam. If they come, they will resume. Break for 5 minutes.
tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire na tom tanana dhire na dhire 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 na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na tom tanana dhire na dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire na tom tanana dhire na dhire 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 na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na dhim tano 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 tadire na dhim tano 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 tadire tom tanana dhire na dhire na 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 udana dhim tadana dhim tana dhire na
Yuva Syat, Sadhu Yuva Dhyayaka, Ashishto, Dridishto, Balishto. A Sanskrit quote by Swami Vivekananda, meaning youth should be exceptional. Youth should be excellent learner, firm, disciplined, and strong. As we cannot build our future for the youth, but we can build our youth for the future. Young men and women are not considered knowledgeable enough to understand the intricacies and the complexities of politics. And that's why many people believe that youngsters should not take part in politics. But being agriculturists, we must understand that some fruits taste better when harvested early. Indian Constitutional 61st Amendment enacted in 1989 to reduce the voting age from 21 to 18 sends a clear-cut message that youngsters should be actively involved in electoral processes. Several positions in employment in government machineries, they demand young population, be it the appointment of bureaucrats or armed forces. But the same age group, they face stiff resistance from political parties and politicians just for representation. If youth or youngsters, they are immature or not knowledgeable enough, then why are they given the opportunity to opt for bureaucrats or join the class 1 government officials? Age and seniority should not be the basis for preference in politics. Rather, capabilities, problem-solving skills, quality education, and innovative thinking should be the basis and ground for policymakers. Further, should not be the basis for policymakers. We consider ourselves the biggest democratic republic in the world. We take pride in the fact that we are the biggest democracy in the world. 65% population in India is less than 35 years of age, but only 2.2% population is less than 30 years, the members of parliament in the Indian parliament. It's all underrepresentation. The youth of our country is underrepresented in the Indian parliament. It's like a scenario wherein the policies and the amendments are made for the youth by the people that we elected, sitting across the table with not even a single youth amongst them. It's like asking a bald man what kind of comb you wanted when you had hair. It is the need of the hour to have youth representation throughout all the sectors of electoral processes, be it village, state, district, national, and international level. Because the youth can understand better the challenges that is faced by more than half of population of India, that is the young generation. For example, if we talk about quality education, young politicians can make reforms and policies which can help improve the education system in our country, as our nation will develop to form well-educated nation rather than just being literate. Also, it is important for the youth to take active participation in political issues and political scenarios. The education for nation building, it starts from early age in one's learning life, as only wet clay is framed on the wheel. The youngsters, they should be trained, advised, and educated to challenge their energies in a positive direction, such that they can improve India to make it a better India, and make it a better India in a way so that we can change the political, social, and economic injustice in the country. At last, I would like to awaken the youth listening to me physically or virtually with the shloka. Udyamen hi siddhyanti, karyani na manorathe, na hi suptasya sihasya, pratishanti mukhe vriga. Meaning that only hopes will not do the task. Additionally, hard work is required to achieve the change you want to see in the world. Because a deer will never go to the mouth, near the mouth of a sleeping lion. It is the lion who has to put himself out there for the hunt. Likewise, youngsters should involve in politics for a better India. Thank you.
I guess that was the last performing team we have here in this hall. It is information to the jury members. I think we have come to an end of this today's event. So you can